When the blast ended, they focused their ki to absorb and redirect any remaining electricity that was still present. After a few moments, they powered down and gazed at the battlefield. Kreiserd, Raiden and Sizer were all down for the count. In the control room, Butch and Cassidy were just getting up when they saw that the main monitor was a smoking ruin. Butch whistled. "Whoa! Now that's what I call power, I'll say." Cassidy agreed as she dusted off some debris from her uniform. "So, do you think we should introduce ourselves now?" Butch nodded as he went to the console and checked the systems. Fortunately, only the surveillance cameras had been damaged. Just about every other system had been insulated and was still working, including the speakers. In the arena, Ranma and Raiden were still trying to figure out who had sent those Pokémon after them, when they heard Butch's voice over the speakers. "Kreiserd, Raiden, Sizer, return." The Pokeballs that the Pokémon had come out of, each had a special remote control chip within them. Each device sent out their recall beams and took back the injured Pokémon. Ranma and Raiden went into ready stances as wall panels opened up and robotic arms appeared to retrieve the Pokeballs. When they disappeared into the walls, Ranma shouted out to his mysterious attackers. "Who are you? What do you want? Why did you have those Pokémon attack us? Very impressive, pal. You passed your test with flying colors." Butch replied. "Test? What test?" Ranma demanded. "Pika." Raiden was also annoyed. Cassidy's voice took over the microphone. "The test to join our illustrious organization, of course. We only invite the best Pokémon trainers and you most certainly qualify." "Who are you?" Ranma said slowly. "Let us introduce ourselves." Butch replied. Suddenly, a panel in the floor opened up and the two conspirators rose up from an underground platform. "Prepare for trouble," Cassidy declared. "Make it double," Butch added. "To infect the world with devastation. To blight all people in all nations. To renounce the goodness of truth and love. To extend our wrath to the stars above. Cassidy. Butch. Team Rocket. Circling the earth all day and night. Surrender now, for you will surely lose the fight." Just after Butch finished his line, a strange Pokémon appeared from the opening and stood before them. "Rose." Ranma's expression was a mixture of surprise and relief. He had expected Jesse and James to appear when he heard the start of that motto, but he was thankful when that talking Meowth didn't appear with them. Then he considered whom he might be up against. This Team Rocket looked a lot more competent than the other two. He took out his Pokédex and aimed it at the Drose. *DRWZ. A psychic Pokemon that is said to be descended from the tapir. Its attacks include hypnosis, Psywave and the metronome. Ranma frowned. He had no experience in dealing with psychic Pokémon and neither did his Pokémon. He and Raiden were trapped in an underground arena with no way out. Things didn't look good. To be continued. Author's note: swell. Ranma is now facing off against the more able Team Rocket, and it looks like he's in really hot water. He's going to need a lot of luck to get out of this one. Stay tuned. Chapter 7 Chapter 7 Breakout. Fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer: I'll let the reader fill in the blanks this time around. Italic Thoughts. Chapter 7 Breakout. Sam Ricker sat in her room as she thought about the Pokemon trainer who had defeated her. It had been a long time since she had lost a match, and to have been beaten by someone who had just recently started training was nothing short of unbelievable. He was good. Better than I ever thought he could be. How can a guy with only 3 Pokemon and just 1 battle get to be that good? There has to be more to it than that. Still thinking about him, eh? Sam turned at the sound of her father's voice as he entered her room. Well, it's all right, Sam. I kind of thought you would be. He is a very nice-looking boy and a great trainer to boot. Really? I never noticed. Sam denied, but her father could see right through it. Now I don't believe that, Joe replied as he sat down beside his daughter, still smiling. But that's not the reason why I am here. I came here to tell you that I'm thinking about coming out of retirement and becoming a gym leader again. Why? Because I know that you won't be able to manage the gym while out on your Pokemon journey. What Pokemon journey? Oh, come on now. I saw it in your eyes. When Ranma left us, I knew that you wanted to know how he trained his Pokemon. Besides, I think that going out for a while would be good for you. For the last month, you've done nothing but battle one trainer after another. You need to loosen up and get out more often. Now don't tell me that you weren't considering following Ranma. Sam was about to protest, then nodded. The thought had crossed my mind. Joe's smile became wider. I thought so. Actually, I was getting worried with you being so caught up in being a gym leader, that you didn't have much of a social life or a boyfriend. Hey, I just want to know how he trained his Pokemon. I'm not interested in that arrogant jerk. Joe gave his daughter a fatherly pat on her shoulder. Meanwhile, back in Team Rocket's secret hideout, Test, you stole my pack and sent those Pokemon after us, just to see what we could do? Ranma said incredulously as he and Raiden went into defensive stances. That's right, pal. Butch acknowledged as he and his partner Cassidy stood behind their Drose. Oh, we gotta admit, we were expecting you to send out your Pokemon to battle, not take on ours on your own. That was real amazing though. Yes. Cassidy agreed as she looked over Ranma's features with avid interest. You've just proven yourself worthy of joining the illustrious Team Rocket. Ranma frowned, as his memories of the last time he met up with Team Rocket were not pleasant ones. And why would we want to do that? Pika, Raiden retorted. You just showed us that as a trainer, your Pokemon are a lot stronger than normal. You've also got some skills that can be very full to our organization. The boss liked what he saw and he wants you and your Pokemon to come work for him. Ranma shook his head and replied, Sorry, I'm not interested. Pikachu. And Raiden speaks for himself and my other Pokemon as well. We're out of here. Ranma began moving toward his pack, which had miraculously survived the previous battle and had not been touched. Raiden stood ready, his cheek pouches sparking and ready to let fly with electricity at a moment's notice. Butch snorted as he said, "You don't got any choice, pal. The boss wants you and your Pokemon, and what the boss wants, he gets. And how are you going to make us?" Ranma replied as he picked up his pack. "Like this." Cassidy gestured to Drose. GRWZ. Hypnosis attack. Put them both out. The Drose stepped forward and began emitting intense, sleep waves toward Ranma and Raiden. Drose, Drose, Drose. At first, Ranma didn't feel anything, but when he looked down, he saw that Raiden was becoming unsteady. His eyes were starting to close. "Raiden, fight it off." Ranma took a battle stance and began focusing his ki. The sudden appearance of Ranma's battle aura made the two villains a bit nervous and they stepped back a bit. The Drose began increasing the level of his sleep waves at Ranma and Raiden. The little Pikachu struggled to keep awake, its own battle aura beginning to flare. However, it was apparent that he was fighting a losing battle and his aura faltered and flickered. With absolutely no experience in dealing with psychic Pokemon, Raiden fell flat on his face and was out like a light. "Why you?" Ranma was about to charge at the pair and their Pokemon, when he began to feel unsteady himself. He was starting to feel sleepy and he strained to remain on his feet. Cassidy smiled as she noticed what was happening to Ranma. "Give it up, friend. There's no way you can resist our Drose's sleep waves. Drose here has been specially trained to not only to affect Pokemon, but people as well. Its sleep waves can affect the brain patterns of humans and thanks to a few operations, Drose can put an entire block to sleep." "Drose, Drose, Drose." Ranma continued to strain as he began to slowly advance on his tormentors. His battle aura flared up even more as he slowly moved forward, each step seeming more agonizing than the last. The hypnotic sound of Drose's voice was starting to lull to sleep and Ranma wasn't sure if he could make it, but he had to try. Whoa. This guy's got a lot of willpower. He's still standing. Butch was a bit edgy at how Ranma was resisting Drose's attack. The big-tailed trainer and martial artist had slowed down to inching his way toward them, but he was still moving. At the same time, he was slowly reaching down toward the Pokeball that contained Wind Rider. When he got to within a dozen feet of them, Cassidy decided to use her ice in the hole. "My, you've got a strong will. I like that in a man. But this game ends now." She took out a Pokeball and tossed it out in front of her. GILEPLUME. Stun Spores. The Pokeball opened up and released the flower-shaped Pokemon. Vileplume. The top of its flower exploded and released a cloud of dust at Ranma. He started hacking and coughing as the powder filled up his lungs. As the spores weakened him, Rosé sleep waves finally overcame him. Ranma blacked out and fell forward. His mind finally welcomed the darkness of unconsciousness. Some time later, Ranma regained consciousness several hours later as he heard the voices of Cassidy and Butch. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was in a room that looked to be a control center. He found himself sitting in a chair, but his arms and legs were held fast in the chair's built-in shackles. The cuffs were tightly bound around his wrists and ankles. Looking over to his side, he noticed that the two members of Team Rocket had their backs to him and were talking to a large view screen. Butch and Cassidy were blocking his view so Ranma couldn't see whom they were talking to. Deciding to feign being blacked out, Ranma lowered his head, closed his eyes and listened to their conversation. So he doesn't want to join Team Rocket? Well, no matter. Bring him and his Pokemon back to the headquarters. I still want to know the secret of how he trained his Pokemon. In any case, I'm sure that we can persuade him to come to our way of thinking. He's not going to be hurt, is he? Cassidy asked. Why are you asking, Cassidy? Is there something wrong? Oh no, Cassidy said quickly. I'm sure that he'll join us eventually. Nothing's wrong. Giovanni considered Cassidy for a moment, then nodded. In any case, have you got his Pokemon? Yeah, boss. Butch replied. We put that Pikachu back in its Pokeball and took the other two that he had. They're in storage with the other Pokemon that we swiped in Viridian City. We'll be transporting them to you tomorrow morning. We'll bring that trainer to you afterwards. Excellent. You've done well, Butch. You too, Cassidy. Your two are far more reliable than those fools Jesse and James. I'll see the both of you tomorrow. After signing off, the duo turned to their captive and assumed that he was still unconscious. With nothing left for them to do, they left the room, closing the door. Ranma immediately brought up his head and looked around his surroundings. He began testing his bonds and frowned when he saw that they provided him with no leverage and that they were bound so tight, they chafed against his skin. They were also connected to cables that ran across the floor and connected up to a panel on a wall. The chair was bolted to the floor. Ranma didn't know what was in store for him and his Pokemon, but he was none too eager to find out. He had to get out and get his Pokemon back. Besides Professor Oak, they were the only friends that he had in this world. After a long and lonely training journey with his idiotic father, he wasn't about to give up his new companions. Desperately, he looked around for a way out of his bonds. On a nearby table, he spotted a glass of ice water and something else. When he looked closer, his eyes widened as he recognized his waterstone pendant beside the glass. Looking down at his chest, he realized that Cassidy and Butch must searched him and removed the necklace. Without my waterstone, my curse is active. If I got splashed, then I'd change into a girl. Ranma thought about it a bit more then looked down at the cuffs holding his arms to the arms of the chair. They were steel bands and adjusted to tightly fit his arms, just behind the wrists, giving him no space to move them. Looking over to the side, a mere 2 feet away was the release mechanism to the shackles. Damn! If I could just free one arm, I can get to that control panel. But these shackles are perfectly fitted to my wrists. Ranma's eyes then lit up with the realization. Hey! These bands may be fitted to my wrists as a boy, but what about as a girl? Ranma remembered that his wrists were more slender as a female. If I could only transform, I might be able to slip my arms free. But where can I get cold water? Looking back to the table, he saw that the glass of ice water was more than 5 feet away and was situated on top of a couple of thin books, making it a little higher than his chest level. Reaching for it was out of the question. He then saw that the stack of books was carelessly sitting atop a ruler and that one end was sticking out over the edge of the table. He saw above him on an adjacent wall just a foot away, a thin shelf. Straining his neck, he saw a couple of empty pokeballs sitting on it. The martial artist smiled as a plan formulated in his mind. He was only going to get on shot at this. He began focusing his ki and let it gather in his right hand. In his current position, he could only concentrate it on his index finger, but that was all he needed. He then judged the angle of the shelf and prepared to fire off a tiny blast of electrical power. The shot would be no more than a tiny static bolt, but he hoped it would be enough to get things rolling. A small sphere of blue ki gathered at the tip of his index finger. It then began to change color and crackled as it was converted into electricity. Ranma then made a silent prayer and strained to point his digit in the right direction. He took a deep breath and fired off the electric spark. The tiny bolt of electricity impacted one of the pokeballs and started it rolling. The device rolled off the shelf and fell toward Ranma. The trainer strained, twisted his hand to face palm up, and spread his fingers wide. He was rewarded when the pokeball just landed on his fingertips and rolled into his palm. He let out a sigh of relief as he pressed the activator button and enlarged the device. He then paused as he looked at the glass of water before him. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the pokeball toward the end of the ruler. Ranma's aim was true and it landed on the wooden stick, causing the other end to flip the books and the glass toward him. In an instant, the trainer and martial artist was splashed, turning from him to her. Ranma-chan smiled as she looked down and saw that the bands around her wrists weren't as tight as they had been a minute ago. All right. I'm in business. The transformed martial artist grunted and strained, but after a few minutes, she managed to wrench one arm free. She waved it around a bit to get circulation going again, and was about to reach over to press the control panel, when she suddenly thought of something. She had no idea where her Pokemon were, and even if she did know, she still had Team Rocket to deal with. Books and society were of no consequence, but they still had that damned Brose. She had almost succumbed to its hypnotic effects and she wasn't sure if she could withstand it again. Damn! There has to be a way to beat that thing. She thought back to when she had encountered it and remembered how irresistible its voice was, which seemed to amplify its sleep waves. When she looked on the table and saw something else on it, she smiled as she thought up of a way of countering the psychic Pokemon. Meanwhile, inside a large storage area, Books and Society were in the process of cataloging all of their ill-gotten Pokemon, when an alarm was heard. They quickly dropped what they were doing and ran out of the storage facility, heading toward the control room. When they got to the control center, they were dismayed to find that their captive had escaped. The control panel he had used to free himself had set off an alarm, but he was nowhere in sight. "He's gone!" Society exclaimed. "No, Paul. Check the surveillance cameras," Butch said. "We can't. That guy shorted them out, remember?" "Oh yeah. Well, he's not going to go anywhere. He can't get out of this underground complex without the access codes or call the cops. If he's not here, then I would guess that he's somewhere in the place." "The storage area," Society exclaimed as she realized the most logical place where Ranma would have gone. Books nodded. "Right." The two rushed out of the room and headed back down the hall to where they kept the Pokemon. However, had they looked up, they wouldn't have needed to go anywhere. Using the patented Shodan cling to the ceiling and hope the enemy doesn't look up technique, Ranma smiled as the villains departed. He dropped down and lightly landed on his feet. He had transformed back by using some hot water from a nearby sink. Snatching up his water stone, he then began shadowing the two Team Rocket members as they led her through the corridors. "Yeah, that's it, you dummies. You just show me the way to my Pokemon." The two burst into the huge storage facility, which was about the size of a warehouse and had hundreds of Pokeballs on shelves and a few Pokemon in cages. They then began to quietly search the aisles for any sign of the big-tailed martial artist, unaware that Ranma had followed them and was now sneaking about several meters above them. Using the ceiling rafters, Ranma silently made his way and kept them in sight as they went around aisles until they finally stopped somewhere near the middle and took out a tray which contained 3 Pokeballs. Butch held them up to his partner and said, "Here's that guy's Pokemon. If he's coming here, we can use these as bait and hold them hostage." "Good plan, Butch. He wouldn't dare attack while we're holding his precious Pokemon." She then held up another Pokeball. "I got Prose here for backup. Between it and these Pokeballs, he won't be able to do anything." It was then that something dropped down from the ceiling and landed behind Butch. The male half of the duo turned around in surprise and was sent flying backward as Ranma launched a haymaker at his chin. Butch slammed into Society and the two went sprawling. Ranma smiled as he sensed the key energies being emitted from the Pokeballs that Butch dropped. Those were his Pokemon all right. Placing 2 of them back on his belt, he held up the third one and said with a smile, "Raiden, I choose you." The Pokeball opened up and released the electric mouse. Raiden had more or less recovered from Prose's hypnosis attack and while shaking its head, It let off a delighted squeak at seeing his trainer. "Pikachu! Good to see you too, buddy." Ranma squeezed his Pikachu tight as he jumped into his arms. The electric rodent happily nuzzled against Ranma, then felt something being placed in his ears. Looking up at his trainer, he gave a confused sound. "Pika?" Ranma smiled and gave him a wink before setting him back down. Motioning his electric rodent to follow him, he began to slowly walk toward Butch and Cassidy, who were still struggling to get up as they had crashed into a pile of empty boxes some 50 yards away. When they finally got to their feet, they saw Ranma and Raiden walking up to them, Batlor's glowing and the Pikachu's cheek pouches sparking. "Look out! He's got his Pokemon back!" Butch cried out. "No problem," Cassidy stated as she tossed out her Pokeball. Brose appeared before them. "Brose!" Cassidy smirked as she instructed the hypnotic Pokemon. "Brose, put them out again with your hypnosis attack." Once again, the Brose began emitting its sleep waves and chanting its name. "Brose! Brose! Brose!" Once again Ranma and Raiden's Batlors glowed even brighter as they advanced toward them. This time, however, they didn't slow down. The smiles of Butch and Cassidy began to fade as they saw their opponents continue to advance without a single pause in their steps. "Up, Cassidy! It's not working." "Brose! Full power!" Brose complied and poured out more intense sleep waves. It began chanting its name more forcefully. "D-H-O-W-Z-E! D-H-O-W-Z-E, D-H-O-W-Z-E! D-H-O-W-Z-E!" However, Ranma and Raiden did not stop. Their Batlors were now blue-white, making them appear as walking coronas. They showed no signs of being affected by Drose's attacks, and this made Team Rocket extremely worried. "I don't get it. It's not working," Cassidy said with fear in her voice. When the two came within 10 yards of them, Ranma nodded to his Pikachu and pointed to Butch and Cassidy. The little mouse understood his master's silent command and let loose with twin bolts of electricity at the duo. "Pikachu!" The two screamed out as they were hit by more than 40,000 volts. They slammed into the back wall and slid down to the floor. The Drose stopped in its hypnosis attack when its trainers were attacked. It simply stood motionless. Apparently, it had been trained too well and was momentarily at a loss without instructions. Ranma took this opportunity to rush as the Drose. "Rapidash run!" Cassidy was the first to recover as she saw Ranma charge at her Pokemon. Seeing that the hypnosis attack was now ineffective, she gave the order for it to launch a physical attack. Mega Punch D-H-O-W-Z-E! Bro! Dirk! Brose had just focused its energy and was about to launch its devastating attack, when Ranma, executing a flying kick, slammed it in the head. The Mega Punch was a strong attack, but it suffered from two major drawbacks. First was the fact that it focused much energy into the punch, leaving very little for defense. Second, it took about 2 seconds to set it up. For a martial artist with Ranma's talents, that was 1.99 seconds too long. Rose was sent flying and slammed into an empty cage. It slid down and was rendered unconscious. Not wanting to have to deal with it later, Ranma tossed one of his empty Pokeballs at it. GOKBALL, go! The hypnotic Pokemon was captured inside the device, which returned to Ranma's hand. Hey! That's our Rose! Butch yelled. Ranma shrugged as he placed the Pokeball on his belt and smiled, saying nothing while crossing his arms. G-I-L-E-P-L-U-M-E. Stun Spore! Cassidy yelled as she threw out another Pokeball. However, Raiden had caught the movement and gave the Pokemon a Thunderbolt just as it appeared. Pikachu! Z-Z-Z-A-P-P-P-P. The Vileplume fell to the ground in a smoking heap. It was then that Team Rocket realized something as Ranma and his Pokemon began advancing them. They didn't have any more Pokemon to fight with. All the others in the storage facility were stolen and would not obey them. Ranma smiled as he saw the fear in their faces. These two were so used to letting their Pokemon fight for them, that they didn't have any combat skills of their own. Though he was taught never to pick on the weak, he was going to enjoy pounding these two for all the trouble they caused. As he and Raiden approached the two, he reached out and pulled out two small objects, dropping to the floor. Raiden did the same. Cassidy looked down and saw the objects. Earplugs. Ranma smirked as he said, "You got it." Rose's hypnosis attack uses sleep waves, but it also uses its voice as a medium to carry those waves. I remembered that Rose kept on chanting its name when it used its attack. I also noticed that my Batlore helped me withstand Rose's attack. So I figured out that radiating key interfered with the sleep waves, and as long as we didn't hear Rose's voice, it didn't have any way to affect me or Raiden. He then looked down at his Pokemon. Cassidy is yours, but Butch is all mine. When the two villains realized that they were now at Ranma's mercy, Butch gulped and said, "Cassidy, I think we're in trouble." Ranma smiled as he cracked his knuckles. "You better believe you're in trouble, Pikachu." And Raiden says to make it double. Oh! Butch and Cassidy gasped. Ranma smiled evilly. To inflict Team Rocket with massive devastation. Pika. To deal out pain without hesitation. Chew. To make the world safe for truth and love. Pika. Die. Die, knocking Team Rocket to the stars above. Pika Pika. Ranma, Pikachu, and Raiden. Just itching for a fight. Pikachu. Look out Team Rocket, 'cause we're joining a punch out your lights. YIP. One brief, but very, 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 very violent scene later. Officer Jenny was closing the door to the paddy wagon, which had a bruised, battered, and barely conscious Butch and Cassidy inside. As it drove off to jail, the two moaned out together, "Looks like we're being carted off again." Cassidy's body was littered with bumps and bruises, courtesy of Raiden. Who would have thought that a Pikachu could hit so hard? Raiden had also added insult to injury by using a thunderbolt on her after pounding her into the floor of the storage area. Butch had received even rougher treatment from Ranma, who had flattened him and bent his joints in new directions. Ranma and Raiden smiled as they watched the duo being hauled off to jail. As the paddy wagon disappeared into the distance, Officer Jenny approached the two and held out her hand. "I'd like to thank you for helping us catch those Pokemon robbers and finding all the stolen Pokemon." Ranma warmly took her hand and shook it. "No problem. It was just lucky that those two were the same people you were looking for. By the way, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to ask you for Team Rocket's Rose. It is evidence, you know." He then released her hand and reached down for the Pokeball that contained Rose. Gazing at it for a moment, he nodded while handing her the Pokeball. It wasn't his after all. Officer Jenny took it, then became thoughtful as she considered the handsome teenager before her. "Say, Ranma, is it? Why don't you stay a while? The police department could use someone like you." The big-tailed martial artist and Pokemon trainer shook his head as he brought out Wildfire's Pokeball. "None. My Pokemon and me need to head to the Pewter City Gym for our next badge. Thanks for the offer though. Goodbye. Let's go, Wildfire." The Pokeball opened up and released the Fire Horse. As Wildfire reared back and neighed, Ranma leapt onto his back and grabbed onto the reins. Raiden hopped up onto Ranma's pack and the fiery steed began galloping away at a fast clip. Ranma waved back to Officer Jenny before he was out of sight of her and then urged his mount onward. About 20 or so miles beyond Viridian City, Ranma had decided to stop for the night and set up camp. As he had a fire going, he had decided to let Wind Rider out of his Pokeball. The Pidgeotto was perched on a large rock beside Raiden, while Wildfire stood nearby. Ranma was tending to the fire and cooking their dinner in a pot. A few minutes later, the four of them were eating their dinner. For the time being, everything seemed right with the world. Back in Viridian City, in the home of Samantha Ricker, the gym leader in question was busy making preparations for a long journey as well. Her father entered her room, just as Sam closed up her pack. "Looks like you're all set, Sam." The girl nodded as she turned to face Joe. "I'll be heading out first thing in the morning, Dad. Are you sure you can handle it while I'm gone?" "No problem. I've wanted to get out of retirement and I think this Pokemon journey is just what you need. You've been battling other trainers non-stop ever since we got the gym." "It's not just that, Dad." Sam blushed a bit, which her father caught. "Oh, I see. I had a suspicion that you had another reason for wanting to go on a Pokemon journey." "It's not that, Dad. I just want to know how Ranma trained his Pokemon, that's all." "If you say so, Sam." Joe didn't buy it for a minute. He had noticed how his daughter looked at Ranma and he couldn't be happier. She had even admitted to him that he was cute, after a lot of nudging. Sam had become so serious while being the gym leader, and Ranma made just what she needed to lighten up. "I'll take care of the gym while you're gone. Be sure to write whenever you can." "I will, Dad." To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of Chapter 7. For those of you who think that Ranma should have kept the Drose, well, I do have some plans for Ranma to get a Psychic-type Pokemon in the near future, so don't worry. I just couldn't resist Ranma's own version of the Team Rocket motto, as I felt that Bookchan Society was long overdue for some punishment. Chapter 8 Chapter 8 The Fourth Pokemon Fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer: I write and I disclaim. What more do you want from me? Italic. Thoughts Pokedex responses. Chapter 8 The Fourth Pokemon. I don't see him anywhere. Thero. Samrakar looked down from high above as she wrote her Thero. The evolved form of a Spearow squawked as it rode the air currents. Its rider was observing the ground below through a pair of binoculars. It had been 2 weeks since Sam had seen Ranma. She had thought she could spot him from the air, but she had not taken into account of the head start he had and just how fast his Rapidash was. She had thought to find him in Pewter City, but was disappointed to learn that he had moved on. A week ago in Pewter City. Yes, I've seen the trainer you described. The officer Jenny of Pewter City replied. He's here? Sam asked excitedly. He challenged the gym leader to a match, and after getting the Boulder badge, he raced off on a Rapidash, heading towards Cerulean City. I've never seen a Rapidash move that fast before. According to what my radar gun clocked him at when he left, that horse of his was doing better than 220 miles per hour. I couldn't catch him to give him a speeding ticket. Sam was a little more than surprised to hear about Wildfire, but then remembered that Ranma was no ordinary trainer. So he's gone to Cerulean City now? That's what he said. And if I were you, I'd hurry over there as fast as you can. Judging by how easily his Pokemon beat the gym leader here, he won't be hanging around Cerulean for very long. He won the match in 90 seconds. What happened? Well, it's like this. Flashback. At the Pewter City gym, Ranma is seen facing off against the gym leader, who incidentally happens to be Brock's father, Flint, taking over in his son's absence. Behind him are his children who are rooting for their father. Flint first uses a Graveler. Ranma simply gestures to Raiden and points to the rock Pokemon. One Stonebreaker quick attack later and Graveler is reduced into a broken heap. Flint recalls his Graveler and then tries his own Onix. Raiden skillfully dodges its rock throw attacks and then runs up the length of its body. When the Pikachu perches on its nose, the rodent gave a bright electric flash to the eyes. Onix is temporarily blinded and Raiden leaps high into the air. Then all those who are watching except Ranma gasp as Raiden begins powering up his aura. Raiden. Mokodakbisha. Raiden smiled as it released its attack. A bright, blue ball of ki energy blasted forward and slammed into Onix's head, right between the eyes. The effect was like being hit by a sledgehammer, and this put Onyx off balance. The huge Pokemon crashed down and hit a wall. Raiden then landed and looked up. Instantly noticing the sprinkler system in the roof, he sent a large electrical blast toward the nozzles. This causes the sprinklers to be activated, instantly drenching Onyx. Raiden then leapt high and with his cheek pouches sparking prepared to deliver the final blow. T-H-U-N-D-E-R-B-L-A-S-T bomb. Ranma called out. Raiden raised a paw above his head. The cheeks of the Pikachu started forming a huge sphere of electricity over the paws, which grew to the size of a wrecking ball. The electric Pokemon threw it down at the fallen Onyx, sending more than 110,000 volts into the wet rock Pokemon. Fortunately, the floor of the gym was wood and no one was standing in water. Lightning went flying off in all directions when the Thunder Blast bomb hit, causing windows to be shattered. The Onyx roared in pain before collapsing onto the floor, unconscious. Flint could only stand there as his jaw hit the floor. Raiden landed next to his trainer. Pikachu. Raiden raised a paw in victory. Ranma smiled as he looked at the smoking Onyx and surveyed the damage to the gym. He then said to his Pokemon, "You went a little overboard, Raiden." End of flashback. I still can't believe that an electric rodent actually beat an Onyx and a Graveler. I always thought electric types were weak against rock types. Officer Jenny said with awe. So did I, Sam thought to herself. So he beat the gym leader and he's on his way to Cerulean City now. That's where he seemed to be headed. Present time, Ranma had indeed left for Cerulean City after earning a boulder badge and Sam had to fly there. However, when she got there, she once again discovered that she was late in catching him. Apparently, there were no cascade badges to be had, as the Cerulean sisters had converted their gym to a water show arena. With nothing to battle for, the martial artist moved on. The day Sam arrived in Cerulean City, "Yeah, we met up with him," one of the sisters replied as she and her siblings were preparing for a show. "He was really cute," the second sister added. "He's definitely a hunk. Too bad he didn't stay long," the third sister added. Sam sighed as she thanked them for their help. Present time, Sam did not know where Ranma had gone since leaving Cerulean City and had been scouring the countryside. So far, she hadn't found him. Noticing that it was getting late, she decided to land and settle down for the night. Meanwhile, some 10 miles away, Ranma and his Pokemon were eating their dinner. Ranma sat on a log near a campfire with Raiden, Wildfire and Wind Rider. As he ate from a plate, he looked down at a map to decide on where to go next. "Well guys, I'm sorry that trip to Cerulean City was a waste. How was I supposed to know that those girls weren't gym leaders anymore?" Pika. Raiden shrugged nonchalantly. Wind Rider and Wildfire showed their indifference by tossing their heads before returning to their meals. There were other gyms and badges to be won. It wasn't like they were in a rush or anything. Well, I got to admit, those girls were kinda cute, so I guess it wasn't a total loss. And I didn't know that Officer Jenny had a sister. Ranma's cheeks reddened a bit at the thought. Normally, Ranma would never admit something like that, but he had no trouble relating this to his Pokemon. They were his best friends and they'd never betrayed him. Besides, whom could they tell? After polishing off his dinner, he lay back on his sleeping bag and watched the night sky. It was at that time that he suddenly got the feeling that he was being watched. The feeling lasted only for a moment then disappeared. Looking about and seeing nothing, he decided that it must be only the fatigue of the journey. He had been pushing Wildfire pretty hard lately to increase his speed, not to mention training Wind Rider and Raiden. Shrugging his shoulders, he decided to recall Wind Rider and Wildfire before hitting the sack. Raiden joined him in the sleeping bag and the two were soon snoring. Now normally, Ranma's sense of awareness was extraordinary and would immediately alert him to any danger. However, when something was not a threat to him, he tended to sleep like a rock. So it was no surprise that something with beady little eyes shuffled its way to the clearing where Ranma was sleeping. Raiden's ears twitched a bit at the noise, but the Pikachu was too tired at the time to wake up. Like his master, the electric rodent had developed a kind of sixth sense toward anything that was dangerous, but tended to ignore things that did not threaten him. The creature was cloaked in the shadows as it silently made its way toward Ranma's backpack. The next morning, Ranma and Raiden awoke and the martial artist was shocked to see that his backpack had been opened and many food items were scattered about the clearing. What the? Something broke into my pack. Pika. Raiden scampered around the pack, sniffing at it and the area around it. What is it, Raiden? Do you know what did this? Raiden continued to sniff around for a moment more then wandered off toward a path where a trail of foodstuffs was. Ranma nodded as he and the Pikachu followed the crumbs, apple cores, peels and other leftovers. Apparently, something had raided the pack for food during the night and had made off with a good portion of their supplies. The two followed the trail and as they ran, Ranma noticed something else. He saw that along the trail, there were droplets of red on the ground. Whatever broke into his pack was also wounded. Ranma knew from experience that a wild animal that was hungry and hurt required caution and was to be avoided if possible. They soon came to the foot of a hill and Ranma noticed that the trail led toward a large tree and he saw that something was lying near the trunk in a hollowed-out section. His eyes saw a squat body that was covered in scales and resembled an armadillo. He quickly took out his Pokedex. *SANDSHREW, a mouse Pokemon of the ground type. SANDSHREW have very tough scales and are exceptionally good at digging. They make excellent pets, but have been known to be very picky eaters. Looking at the garbage strewn around the tree, Ranma smirked as he said, I guess in your case, you're not too fussy about what you eat. It was then that he noticed that the Sandshrew's body was bleeding badly from several deep wounds. As Ranma approached, it noticed him and instantly went into a defensive posture. It began making some warning noises as it tensed up. Shoo! The big-tailed martial artist stopped. Holding up his hands in a non-threatening manner, he said in a calm voice, "Hey there. It's okay. I'm not mad about the food. It looks like you needed it more than we did. But those are some pretty nasty cuts you got there. I'd like to help you if you'd let me." Shoo! Shoo! The armored mouse shook its head, backing up a bit more. It wanted nothing to do with him. Ranma sighed as he looked down at Raiden and pointed to the Sandshrew. "Maybe you can talk to him. Tell him that we're not going to hurt him." Raiden nodded as it slowly approached the injured Sandshrew. Pikachu? Shrew! Sandshrew pointed at the Pokeballs on Ranma's belt. Raiden shook his head. Pika! Die! The Pikachu gestured to Ranma. Pikachu, die! Shrew? Raiden nodded. Pikachu. Shrew! Shrew, shrew. Pikachu. After hearing Sandshrew, Raiden turned to Ranma and began gesturing to him with hand signals. After spending all this time with him, the martial artist had gotten to understand many of the electric rodent's gestures. A minute later, Ranma had gotten the full story. So that's it. Its trainer had abandoned it. From the looks of those cuts, I'd say that this Sandshrew was abused a lot before its trainer threw it away. No wonder it won't let me get close to it. It saw my Pokeballs and thought I was going to capture it. Well, I can't just leave it here. Raiden, see if you can convince this Sandshrew to let me take it to the nearest Pokemon Center. Tell it that I promise that I won't try forcing it, but I need to put him in a Pokeball for just a little while. After he is healed, I'll set him free. No strings attached." Raiden nodded and relayed the message to the Sandshrew. After much gentle prodding, the armored mouse nodded reluctantly. Ranma took out an empty Pokeball and set it in front of the Sandshrew. The injured Pokemon nudged the device with its snout and was transported into the ball. Ranma picked it up and ran back to the campsite with Raiden at his heels. A few minutes later, he was riding Wildfire down the main highway at breakneck speed. The fire horse's flames blazed brightly and made it look like a shooting star. Ranma urged his mount faster toward a nearby rest stop that he had seen on his map the night before. The place was also a Pokemon Center. Sometime later, I have some good news for you. Your Sandshrew is expected to make a full recovery. Nurse Joy said as she handed Ranma a glass of ice water. Sitting beside him on the bench, Raiden looked up at the pink-haired Pokemon nurse. Ranma gratefully took the glass and replied, "Thanks, but it's not mine. I found it like that after its trainer had abandoned it." The big-tailed martial artist then looked at Joy with a confused expression. "Say, didn't we meet back in Viridian City?" Nurse Joy smiled as she said, "No, you must have met my identical sister Joy. We both come from a very large family of Pokemon nurses. We're all named Joy." She then gestured to a family portrait, which depicted a huge crowd of identical Joys. Ranma stared at the photo, then thought, "Whoa! This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase joy to the world. I must say, it was a good thing you brought that Sandshrew in when you did." Joy continued, "I can't imagine anyone would be so cruel to abuse it like that." Ranma nodded as he said, "Well, if I ever meet whoever did that to it, he's going to get it." He held up a fist and clenched it, cracking the knuckles. "Pika." Raiden agreed. Nurse Joy nodded. "People like that shouldn't be allowed to become Pokemon trainers. In any case, Sandshrew should be well enough in a few days." The Pokemon trainer and martial artist nodded as Nurse Joy left to make her rounds. As Ranma sat quietly in the lounge, sipping his water, he began overhearing a few people nearby engaging in conversation. He looked over and saw a teenage boy of about 15 or so, talking to another. On the table between them were 5 Pokeballs. The boy had brownish hair that was cropped short and it had a bit of a haughty atmosphere about him. Judging by his flashy-looking clothes and snobbish attitude, Ranma assumed that he must be some kind of spoiled rich kid. It was then that he began getting the feeling that he had seen him somewhere before. "You really got yourself some really strong Pokemon, Billy," one of the rich kid's companions remarked. "You bet. Nothing but the best for Billy Barton," the rich kid replied as he picked up a Pokeball and balanced it on his index finger. "I got a Charizard, an Arcanine, a Ninetales, a Raichu, and a Victreebel. Hey, what about that Sandshrew you had?" the other boy asked. "That little wimp?" Billy snorted. "I got rid of him. That is, after I kicked him around a bit. That stupid Pokemon was just too weak to amount to anything. It was also hard to feed since it was so picky." As soon as Ranma heard this, his brow furrowed and his anger began to rise. "It's him. He's the guy that abandoned Sandshrew." "I guess so." The second boy shrugged as he continued with the conversation. "It's a shame that you didn't get that ponytail a while back." Billy's expression became irritated as he said, "Yeah, well, if I ever meet up with that trainer and his Pikachu, I'm going to make him pay for stealing my ponytail. I spent 3 weeks tracking that horse and it was mine by rights." When Ranma heard this, he suddenly realized why that rich boy was so familiar. He was the same person that he had met when he had rescued Wildfire. His blood began to boil even further as he remembered the cruelty that his fire horse had endured. Now Ranma had 2 reasons for not liking this person. Raiden's trainer was sorely tempted to walk over to where Billy was sitting and beat the living daylights out of him, but decided against it. Fighting was not allowed and Nurse Joy probably wouldn't appreciate it if her place were demolished. Besides, there was Sandshrew to think about. He decided to bide his time and wait, at least until Sandshrew was well enough to be released. With that in mind, Ranma turned his back to where Billy and his friend were sitting. Unfortunately for Ranma, a lone figure had spotted him from around the corner of the entrance to the rest stop. He was one of the other boys who had been with Billy when they had caught Wildfire. Recognizing the big-tailed trainer from before, he stepped back and made a note to later tell Billy that the trainer that had stolen their catch was here. They would make plans to jump him as soon as he left the Pokemon Center. 3 days later, Ranma was walking down a dirt road in the nearby forest. In his hand was the Pokeball that contained Sandshrew. On his right shoulder was Raiden. For the last 3 days, Ranma and Raiden had stayed by Sandshrew's side as Nurse Joy tended to it. Raiden's trainer had sneaked in a few snacks for it, while the Pikachu conversed with it daily, providing good company for his fellow mouse. Eventually, Sandshrew grew to like their presence, though it couldn't believe some of the things that Raiden told it. It had never before experienced such kindness from a human. Its only experiences were from the cruel treatment it received with Billy. Though Ranma liked being with Sandshrew, he knew that he couldn't keep it. The mouse Pokemon had been through a rough experience and it would be better for it to stay clear of humans for a while. Furthermore, Ranma just couldn't force the Pokemon to stay with him. With this in mind, he decided to set it free as soon as it was proclaimed fit to be released. Ranma and Raiden eventually stopped somewhere deep in the forest and decided that this was as good a place as any to release the Sandshrew. He tossed the Pokeball to the ground and watched as it opened up and released the armored mouse. There you go, Sandshrew. You're free. Just like I promised. The Sandshrew looked up at Ranma with a sad and confused look. True. It wound up at Ranma. The Pokemon trainer shook his head and replied, I told you before. I ain't keeping ya. You deserve to be free. You don't wanna hang out with me, do ya? True. Sandshrew scampered up to Ranma and nuzzled him on the leg. Ranma shook his head as he bent down and gently pried Sandshrew from his leg. He picked up the mouse Pokemon and held it up in front of him. Sandshrew, my life is trouble enough without dragging you into it. And I know just how uneasy you are around humans. Having that creep for a trainer was probably no picnic for you. I think it would be better if you stayed here. Besides, I already had my hands full with just training 3 Pokemon. I'm not sure if I'm ready for a 4th. He placed it back on the ground and then called forth Wildfire. He then mounted the horse and waved goodbye to the Sandshrew before it could protest. Goodbye, Sandshrew. And good luck. Ranma galloped away. Sandshrew watched as the cloud of dust that marked their departure faded away into the distance. As it stood there, a tear formed in an eye and ran down its cheek. For a long time, it stood motionless. Then it suddenly brightened up and scampered off into the dense forest. However, it was not heading to make a new life in the wilderness. It was actually heading toward a ridge where it knew the path that Ranma was taking would intersect before exiting the forest. The path actually circled around a large area before heading toward the main road. Sandshrew knew a few shortcuts and if it was fast enough, it might be able to catch up with him. A little further down the path, after making sure the Sandshrew wasn't following, Ranma slowed his horse to a trot. As they made their way, Raiden started conversing with his trainer. Pikachu, bye. Ranma nodded. Yeah, I could've kept him. But you know how I feel about putting Pokemon into Pokeballs. Besides, that little guy has been through enough. It deserves to have a free life after all it went through. Pikachu. Look, I told you that I'm not going to argue. I promised to let him go and I keep my word. Let's no talk about anymore, okay? Raiden was about to protest further, but then went stiff. Ranma noticed this and then started getting the feeling that something was up ahead. Looking forward, he saw that the forest ended near the rocky side of a mountain. The way ran through a narrow pass in which a canyon opened up. Ranma became a bit edgy as he looked at rocky sides. There wasn't much room to maneuver and the place was perfect for an ambush. But this was the only way out of the area, so Ranma cautiously urged his Rapidash forward. High above them on one of the canyon walls, Billy Barton smiled as he looked through a pair of binoculars. There he is. And it looks like that Ponyta he stole from me has evolved into a Rapidash. Oh well, all the better for me when I take it back. His two companions were each standing near a pile of boulders, one at the entrance and one at the exit to the exit. He then raised his arm while looking through the binoculars, preparing to give the signal for them to seal off the canyon. When Ranma was about halfway across the narrow pass, he waved his arm to his cohorts. Both boys nodded as they each used a large branch to move the first rock that held their piles in place. In less than an instant, their homemade landslides began tumbling down the slopes. Unfortunately, the schemers had not realized just how eroded the walls of the canyon were. They had intended to block off Ranma's escape route by sealing off both sides, but their artificial avalanches had caused a chain reaction that caused large pieces of canyon wall to become dislodged. Down below, Ranma and Raiden looked up at the sound and gasped as they saw huge rocks coming down toward them. Wasting no time, he dug his heels into Wildfire's sides and urged him to head for the exit. Unfortunately, large boulders blocked off the pass and Ranma was forced to turn his Rapidash around. His blood turned cold as they saw the other side blocked off as well. He knew that they would be crushed underneath the falling rocks and he desperately looked for a way out. Spotting a cave in the side of the canyon, he made his mount dash toward it. Ranma and his Pokemon made it into the cave with just seconds to spare as huge boulders sealed off the cave entrance. He then got off his horse and they all braced themselves to wait for the avalanche to stop. The cave walls shook and dust clouds were kicked up as the rocks continued to fall, making the ground tremble. Finally, after what seemed to be an eternity, the rumbling stopped. Ranma picked himself off the ground and dusted himself off. He went to check on Wildfire and Raiden, then after assessing that they were unharmed, he looked around to survey his situation. It did not look promising. The cave entrance was sealed and the entire place was pretty unstable. There was no other exit. He didn't want to risk using his key techniques to blast his way out since there was no way of knowing just how much rock was between him and the outside. Furthermore, he might start a cave-in if he tried. Ranma also knew that with the cave sealed, the air inside would not last very long. With that in mind, he recalled Wildfire and then took out Raiden's Pokeball. Pikachu! Raiden protested. Ranma shook his head and said, I'm sorry Raiden, but I have to put you in your Pokeball. The air won't last in here and you'll be safer in your Pokeball. Now get in, Pika. Raiden shook his head and clung to his master's leg. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Billy was shouting at his two friends. You idiots! I told you just to seal off the canyon, not cause the whole thing to collapse. Hey! How were we supposed to know that the whole thing would fall down? Never mind. That guy's a goner and I'm not going to stick around when the police arrive. Let's get out of here. The three boys left Ranma to his fate. Fortunately for Ranma, he did have help on the way in the form of a Sandshrew. Sandshrew was hiding nearby when it saw its former trainer and his friends cause the avalanche. When the trio ran off, it quickly made its way down the unstable slopes and then by using its nose, found the cave where Ranma and his Pokemon had taken cover in. Seeing that the rocks blocking the entrance were too heavy to move, it decided to take a different route. In less than a minute, it was underground and was tunneling toward the cave. Inside the cave, Ranma was still trying to convince his Pikachu to get into his Pokeball. By now, the air inside the cave was thinning and the martial artist was feeling dizzy. He suddenly dropped to the floor of the cave. The Pokeball clattered as it hit the ground. Pika! Pika! Raiden scampered to where his master lay. Ranma was sweating profusely and his breathing had become shallow. He weakly moved the Pokeball to where his Pikachu was standing. Raiden, please, get into your Pokeball. Pika. Raiden shook his head, though by now the electric mouse was starting to feel the effects of the lack of air. It was then that his sharp ears perked up at the sound of something rumbling deep within the ground. He wondered what it was and then a crack began to form in the floor of the cave. Then suddenly, the surface erupted upward and Sandshrew's head popped up through the hole. Shrew! Raiden's eyes lit up when he saw the Sandshrew and then began to quickly explain the situation. By now, Ranma had lapsed into unconsciousness and it would only be a matter of minutes before he was beyond anyone's help. Pika! Pikachu! Choo! Die! Die! Choo! Choo! Raiden scampered over and opened a flap in Ranma's pack. Pulling out a length of rope, the electric mouse started wrapping it around Ranma's chest, then tied the other end to Sandshrew's neck. The burrowing Pokemon understood what the Pikachu wanted and started enlarging the tunnel he had come through to allow for Ranma's body to pass through. Raiden had a tough time, but he managed to roll his trainer onto his back. He then hopped onto his chest and listened. He became very alarmed when he heard Ranma's heartbeat became fainter with every passing second. Pikachu! Pika! Raiden urged Sandshrew to dig faster. It was then that they both heard another rumbling noise. Looking above them, Raiden saw that large cracks were starting to form in the ceiling. The electric rodent became frantic. Sandshrew was digging as fast as it could, dragging Ranma's body into the tunnel. However, it was not going to make it. The roof of the cave would fall in a minute, and once it did, the tremors would cause the makeshift tunnel to collapse. It knew that there was no hope, but it wasn't going to give up its new trainer. With supreme effort, Sandshrew redoubled its efforts, and then, it happened. The Pokemon began to glow white, and Raiden watched with awe, as Sandshrew became more robust and larger. The scales on its back became quills, and its paws sprouted out a wicked set of claws. Sandshrew had evolved into Sandslash. As Sandslash, he began digging at an astounding rate. In no time whatsoever, it had brought its way back out the tunnel and dragged Ranma into daylight. Just in the nick of time too, as the cave finally collapsed in on itself and the tunnel behind them as well. Raiden let off a gleeful sound as he saw Ranma's eyes flicker, and he started coughing. He then felt something was on his chest. Focusing his eyes, he gazed on Raiden's happy expression, then noticed something else leaning over him. His face took on a surprised expression as he beheld his newest Pokemon. Slash! Slash! Later, *SANDSLASH, a mouse Pokemon of the ground type. SANDSLASH is the evolved form of SANDSHREW. It attacks its opponents with the quills on its back. With its powerful front claws, SANDSLASH can dig through the ground at amazing speeds. Cool. Ranma remarked as he put away his Pokédex and gazed at the Pokemon. I don't know what to say. You saved us. Thank you. I wish there was some way to repay you. Slash! Slash! The Sandslash jumped up and down happily as it clung to the Pokeballs on Ranma's belt. It knew what reward it wanted. Ranma shook his but smiled. You really want to go with us, don't you? Slash! Ranma looked down at Raiden, who smiled back up at him and nodded. The electric mouse liked the idea of another mouse coming along. Pikachu! Slash! Ranma chuckled as he took out a Pokeball. Okay, you two. I know when I'm outvoted. He then gazed down at the Sandslash. Marveling at its sharp claws and quills, he casually tossed the Pokeball. Welcome to the team, Razor. Razor gave off a happy sound at the new name as the Pokeball opened up. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, Ranma now has a new Pokemon. Why did I choose a Sandslash? Well, it would be good company for Raiden, and I liked the way it looked. With Razor, Ranma is one step closer to having the required 6 Pokemon. As for Sam and Billy, we'll be seeing more of them as well. Chapter 9 Chapter 9, Ranma vs. Jeanette Fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer, Rumiko Takshashi. Owners of Pokemon. My fanfics. I think you can dope out the rest. Italic, thoughts ***, Pokedex responses. Chapter 9 Ranma vs. Jeanette. In the main headquarters of Team Rocket, the big boss of that organization was giving new instructions to members. Alright you two, You've seen the footage that Books and Society sent from Viridian City. You know who your target is and what he looks like. According to our spies, this Ranma Sodom is heading toward Vermilion City. He's probably going there to win a Thunder Badge. I want the two of you to intercept him and bring him and his Pokemon back to the headquarters. I want them alive, understand? Yes, boss. The two members replied. Remember, Giovanni continued. His Pokemon possess some strange attacks and we're not too sure about that trainer either. I'd ask Books and Society, but they're in jail and it would be too suspicious to bail them out again. Don't worry, boss. One member said. We can handle it. The other agreed. Meanwhile, somewhere near the road to Vermilion City, Ranma-chan was currently in her female form and was watching her Pikachu explain about the curse to the newest member of their group. Pikachu. Die. Slash. Pika-bye-bye. Slash. Slash slash slash. Pikachu. Pika. Raiden gestured to the fire where a pot of water was being heated. Ranma-chan went over to it, used a tin cup to get some water, and poured it over her head. When she became a he then put his water stone pendant back on and turned to face Razor. Slash. Slash slash. Pika. Pikachu. Raiden waved a pot to calm down the evolved form of Sandshrew and then said in a cheery tone. Pika. Die. Pika Pika Pikachu. Slash. Razor looked up at Ranma, who smiled at the confused look that his clawed Pokemon had. It doesn't matter what I look like on the outside. I'm still Ranma. It just happens and it's nothing to really get excited about, right? We just thought that you should know about me. If you really want to go with us. You still want to come with us, right? The Sandslash considered Ranma for a moment, then shrugged and said in a happy tone. Slash. He then trotted over to Ranma's leg and nuzzled it with his nose. Ranma smiled as he patted Razor's head. It had been 10 days since the Sandslash had joined them, and Ranma had wasted no time in putting him through the same training regimen as his other Pokemon. He also found it challenging to spar with Razor as his sharp claws and quills gave the matches a little added danger. Though he wasn't as agile as Raiden, Razor made up for it in strength and toughness. Ranma had also begun to teach his newest Pokemon about Ki. It would be a while before he would be able to project it, but Razor had no problems in using it to enhance his physical abilities. Already Razor's claw techniques were improved and dealt out more damage. Razor could dig through the ground at a much faster rate and could even cause small, seismic tremors. Tackle attacks became more potent, especially when he curled up in a ball and used those quills, looking like a spinning buzz. It seemed that Razor would fit in quite nicely, though he was still a bit picky as to what he ate. Ranma was working on that, by teaching Razor the anything goes method of inhaling food. For Ranma, he began developing slash attacks by mimicking his Sandslash's movements. He thought it would be much better than having to resort to the potent, yet unstable Cat Fist. By using the side of the hand and focusing his ki into it, Ranma could chop through things with surprising ease. Unlike the Stonebreaker fist, the new slash cutter could slice with more accuracy. In short, it became a far more effective karate chop and knife hand thrust. Another week later, Sam was flabbergasted as she saw the ruins of the Vermilion City Gym. The whole place had been demolished. In the center of the rubble, Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader, was cradling his Raichu in his arms and wrapping some bandages. Surrounding him were several other trainers, who were all wearing shocked expressions. "Excuse me. Are you Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader?" The large man looked down at the girl and nodded. "Yeah, that's me. Are you here for a match?" "No, I'm a gym leader from Viridian City. I was wondering if you happen to have met a trainer by the name of Ranma Sodom. He's about this tall, has a pigtail and, okay, he's cute. He has a Pikachu with a white headband." Sam gestured with her hands. "Met him. He came here and challenged me for a Thunder Badge," Surge replied. "Then he's here?" Sam asked with a bit of excitement. He just left about a half hour ago. I thought he was a beginner, but his Pokemon battled like I've never seen before. My Raichu didn't stand a chance." Surge gestured down at his Pokemon, which had several cuts and bruises and was moaning a bit. "Raichu, the evolved form of a Pikachu, was pretty dazed from its battle. If you'll excuse me, I have to get my Raichu to the Pokemon Center." He nodded to Sam and then headed off. Sam decided to get the details from the other trainers who had witnessed the match. "So what happened?" A boy who was wearing punk clothes replied. "Well, it was just after Surge beat his third challenger when this Ranma guy showed up." Flashback. "Hey, are you the gym leader?" Ranma asked. "That's me. I'm Lieutenant Surge. You here for a Thunder Badge?" "You bet." Ranma nodded as he looked at the Raichu at Surge's feet. He took out his Pokédex and aimed it at the electric mouse. *RAICHU, a mouse Pokemon of the electric type. Raichu is the evolved form of the Pikachu. A thunderstone is needed to evolve it. It can shock with more than 100,000 volts, enough to render a Diragionitie unconscious. Pika. Raiden stepped forward. He was more than ready to show the evolved rodent just how strong he was. "Looks like your Pikachu wants to battle," Surge commented as he regarded Ranma's Pokemon. In the past, Surge would have dismissed the unevolved electric mouse as too weak. He had to reevaluate that opinion when he met up with Ash Ketchum a year ago. His Pikachu had demonstrated the serious flaw in evolving his Pokemon too fast. Raichu had never learned the speed attacks that the Pikachu stage offered and was too slow to keep up with a faster opponent. After that defeat, Surge had decided to retrain Raichu and helped increase its speed and stamina. Raichu still wasn't as agile as a Pikachu, but it could last longer and did not expend its electricity too quickly. Ranma smiled down at Raiden and bent down to pat him on the head. Sorry, Raiden. I know how much you'd like to show Rachel how strong you are, but you've really got to give the others a chance. I'd say that it's time to put Razor's training to the test. Pika. Raiden shook his head. He wanted to battle. However, he saw the look in Ranma's face. The decision was final. With a resigned sigh, Raiden nodded and stepped back. You're not going to use your Pikachu? Surge was a bit surprised. He wanted to see if Raichu's training was effective against a Pikachu. Nope. I'm going to use this Pokemon. Let's go, Razor. The Pokeball opened up and the evolved form of Sandshrew appeared. Slash. Lieutenant Surge looked down at the Sandslash and shrugged. Raichu could handle it, no problem. Sandslash were not as fast and lacked long-distance attacks. One Thunderbolt attack would be all that would be needed. Okay, pal, if that's what you want. A minute later, the two Pokemon were facing off against each other. An announcer began introducing the combatants. In this corner, we have Lieutenant Surge and his Raichu. In the other corner is the challenger with a Sandslash. You ready? The gym leader called out. Whenever you are. Ranma replied as he watched Razor begin powering up his aura. Surge wasted no time, though he was mystified at the faint blue light that surrounded Razor. R-A-I-C-H-U, Thunderbolt. Raichu. The electric rodent powered up its electric sacs and then let loose with a huge blast of lightning that streaked toward Razor. The Sandslash, however, needed no instruction from Ranma, as he suddenly dived underground and began digging toward his opponent. The electricity passed harmlessly above him. The floor of the gym rumbled a bit and Raichu was caught off balance from the sudden shaking. A line of cracks appeared and headed toward Raichu. Then suddenly, the ground where it was standing exploded and Raichu was sent flying upwards. Razor erupted from the ground and shot up into the air after his adversary. Razor, anything goes. Slash. The Sandslash seemed to defy gravity as it began raining kicks and slashes at Raichu. The electric mouse had never experienced being physically beaten in the air and was caught totally off guard. Ranma smiled with pride as he saw his Pokemon demonstrate the Sodom specialty of mid-air combat. A final downward punch and Raichu was sent hurtling back down toward the floor. As Surge's Pokemon landed with a thump, Razor landed a few meters away in a ready stance and waited for the next command. Huh? Since when could Sandslash do air attacks? Surge exclaimed as he watched Raichu painfully pick itself off the ground. Ranma shrugged as he said, since when is there a rule that says that they can't? Surge quickly got over his surprise and then gave another command to Raichu. Okay, Raichu, if he wants to play hardball then give him a taste of your Mega Punch. Raichu. The electric mouse rushed toward its opponent while cocking back a paw, which began to glow. Razor, however, was not impressed. Like Ranma, the Sandslash had been trained in the fundamentals of the anything-goes martial arts. Speed was the key. Razor was already ducking down and slamming into Raichu's belly, just as it was bringing its paw forward. The energy of the mega punch was wasted as Rachel was sent staggering back. Surge had considered a body slam attack, but the quills on Razor's back made that idea unworkable. Before he could decide on a course of action, he was distracted from a sudden flare of light. His eyes widened as he saw the sand slash glow with an intense light. B-U-Z-Z-S-A-W barrage. Slash. Razor charged at his opponent and then curled up into a ball, extending his quills and spinning furiously. He began cutting up the floor like a circular saw, and chips of wood and concrete went flying everywhere. Rachel just barely managed to evade the sharp quills of the sand slash as it leapt out of Razor's path. Surge saw an opening. Thundershock. Rachel powered up and let loose with a sizzling bolt. The lightning hit Razor's spinning form dead on, and Surge thought he had won. However, to everyone's surprise, the lightning was harmlessly scattered and Razor made a U-turn and came charging back at Rachel. Ray! The electric mouse yelped a bit as it was nicked in the side as Razor spun past it. Razor stopped rolling and then faced off against Rachel, who was now just barely standing. Behind him, Ranma nodded. When he had taught Razor to use its key to power the buzz of barrage, he had also noticed that the sand slash had built up a kind of field around it while spinning, thereby diluting the effect of energy attacks against it. Razor now stood poised to finish off its opponent. Surge became desperate and decided that Raichu needed to go all out. R-A-I-C-H-U. Thunder Wave, full power. Raichu let loose with a huge blast of electricity, using up all of its reserves. Razor curled up into a ball and hunched down on the floor. It began focusing its battle aura to maximum to reflect off as much of the electrical attack as possible. After training with Raiden, the Sand Slash had learned the value of Ki and its ability to take the brunt of an attack. An entire wall was blown out as Raichu's electric assault blasted away at Razor. The Sand Slash shuddered under the attack, but did not waver. Surge and all the other spectators had to take cover as debris went flying everywhere. Ranma, however, didn't dodge as he simply powered up his battle aura to absorb some of the blast and deflect the rest. After all this time with Raiden, he was quite used to high amounts of electrical power. Raiden did the same and absorbed just about all the voltage that hit him. A few moments later, the electrical storm was over and Surge smiled. Well, that's the end of the match. Huh? It was then that he noticed something. Razor was still standing. So were Ranma and Raiden. More than 100,000 volts had been used against the Sand Slash, and all it did was slightly singe a few of his quills. Razor began focusing his energy for his final attack. Ranma smiled as he gave the order. Razor, power slash. Razor nodded as he crossed his front paws together and then brought them down in diagonal arcs. Twin crescent-shaped ki blasts shot forward in an X and collided with Raichu, who was too tired from releasing so much electricity to dodge. Raichu let off a yelp of pain as the energy exploded against it and drove it backwards. The electric rodent landed on its back and was out cold. Serge's jaw dropped to the floor. End of flashback. I just couldn't believe it. The boy finished. I thought for sure that Rachel could beat Sandslash. Then again, I never knew that a Sandslash could do those attacks. From what happened to me, I'm not surprised. Sam thought. If there was one thing she knew about Ranma, it was that he was no ordinary trainer. So now he's got a Sandslash. That's interesting. I still want to know just how he taught those Pokemon those new attacks. Sam filed away this information as she pondered what to do next. She once again missed him and it was getting to be a real pain to track him down. If only he would just stay in one place for a while. Meanwhile, two other people had become frustrated at not being able to catch Ranma. They had just arrived in Vermilion City at the same time Sam did and were very annoyed at having missed their target. They did find out where he was headed, when they questioned a few of the locals who had seen him leave. Apparently, he was on his way to Saffron City for a marsh badge. Somewhere along the road to Saffron City, Ranma had decided to stop for the night and give his Pokemon a chance to rest. He also wanted to congratulate the newest member of their group as well as make up with his Pikachu. Dog, come on Raiden. You're still not sore at me for letting Sandslash fight that Raichu instead of you, are you? Pika. Raiden shook his head, but still didn't look at his trainer. The electric mouse wasn't really holding a grudge, but he had so wanted to show up the evolved form of its kind. Hey, come on now, Raiden, you are my best friend. All of you are my best friends. He waved a hand toward his other Pokemon, who were currently eating dinner. Besides, even though Razor did a great job, he has you to thank for that win. Pikachu? Raiden looked up at Ranma as Razor trotted over to where they were. Slash! Razor nodded in agreement. Ranma also nodded. I don't remember teaching Razor that super reflex maneuver when Raichu used its Thunder Wave attack, so I'm guessing you must have taught him that one. I'd say that Razor learned a lot from sparring with you. Slash! Slash! Razor replied in a happy tone as he held out a paw toward the electric mouse. Raiden's expression went from slightly irritated to a more relaxed manner as he gazed at the offered paw. Ranma smiled as he said, Raiden, I promise that there will be a lot more battles for you, so don't worry about it. However, you do have to give the others a chance to test their skills too. Now you and Razor are going to be working together so it'll be good that you two get along, okay? We're all friends, right? Raiden looked at the sincere expression of the Sandslash and then nodded, a smile coming to his face. He then shook paws with his fellow mouse as Ranma looked on. The martial artist smiled even wider. Things seemed to be going their way. 2 days later, Wildfire whinnied as he came to the outskirts of a city. Ranma looked a bit confused as he unfolded his map. Raiden looked over his shoulder. Pikachu? Oops. Looks like we took the wrong turn somewhere. This isn't Saffron City. It was then that he looked up at the sign and read the name of place. Crimson City. He then looked back down at the map and grimaced. Dog nuts. We took the wrong exit down the highway. We missed the exit to Saffron City. Ranma frowned as he saw that they were at least 100 miles off course. While blazing down the highway at a speed of 180 miles per hour, Ranma had a hard time reading the road signs as they zipped by. Wildfire's endurance had increased dramatically since Ranma had started training him, and he could maintain high velocities for hours now. The Pokemon trainer considered his options and then decided to stay for a day or two. He needed to stock up on supplies anyway, and this was as good a place as any. He decided to recall Wildfire into his Pokeball to rest, and then he and Raiden headed into the city. As he entered, he was very surprised to see the similarities between Crimson City and a city in Japan. He could almost swear that he was in Tokyo. The people who were on the streets looked of Asian descent, and the buildings had signs posted in Japanese as well as English. He could see public bathhouses, Japanese-style apartment complexes, and other structures that reminded him of his home world. He could see street vendors and restaurants selling various items like sushi, rice plates, ramen and such. Ranma began to feel more at home as he took in the sights, sounds and smells of this place. He became really excited when he caught a whiff of a familiar and delicious scent. Oh man! If I didn't know better, I'd swear that was... Ranma took in a deep breath, then looked in a certain direction. All right. It is. It's okonomiyaki. He began running toward a restaurant that advertised a special okonomiyaki platter. Raiden wondered why his trainer was so excited. Then he sniffed the air and smelled the smell of Japanese-style pizza, and his stomach growled. The electric rodent followed Ranma into the restaurant. Half an hour later, in the city's park, Ranma was rubbing his full belly and leaned back into the bench. Beside him were his Pokemon as they enjoyed the takeout okonomiyaki that Ranma had gotten for them. Since the area where he was sitting was relatively empty at the time, not too many people noticed the young trainer and his Pokemon. Pika. The Pikachu had never tasted anything quite like it, but the vegetarian okonomiyaki certainly agreed with Raiden. The others were also finding the Japanese cuisine to be very satisfying. The food even met with Razor's approval. Now that hit the spot. Ranma smiled. The restaurant makes a pretty good okonomiyaki. He then thought back to the good old days with his childhood friend Yukio. Of course, nobody could make okonomiyaki like Uke and his dad. The pig-tailed martial artist sighed as he remembered how sad he was when he had to have left him. I never figured out why we had Uke's card though. Ranma shrugged as he watched the sun begin to set toward the horizon. After waiting for his Pokemon to finish dinner, he then got up and recalled his Pokemon back into their Pokeballs, before heading towards the city's Pokemon Center. As he walked through the park with Raiden on his shoulder, he then noticed a large crowd had gathered near the park fountain. Wondering what was going on, he decided to investigate. It turned out to be a Pokemon battle involving a young girl in a kimono, and her opponent, a teenage boy dressed in samurai garb with a Miroake. What was the most surprising thing about this girl was that she was using a Bellsprout to battle the bone Pokemon. Asterisk and AROWAK, the bone Pokemon, the evolved form of Suyugioni. And AROWAK's Bone Club attacks are very strong and can throw it like a boomerang. Ranma then turned his Pokedex toward the Bellsprout. BLLSGROUD, a plant Pokemon of the poison type. It often uses growth to power up its special attacks. Despite its frail appearance, BLLSGROUD can be very strong in battle. Jeanette Fisher smiled as she watched her Bellsprout evade that Bone Club attacks of its opponent, a Miroake. The trainer of the Miroake was getting frustrated as his Pokemon had yet to score a single hit on the seemingly absurd plant. He then cried out in shock as the Bellsprout suddenly used its leaf arms to grab hold of Miroake and toss him over in a shoulder throw. Miroake slammed headfirst into the ground and was then repeatedly slammed again and again. The plant Pokemon then put Miroake into an airplane spin and tossed it into the fountain with a huge splash. Miroake. The boy rushed over to where his Miroake was and fished him out. As he cradled his Pokemon, he looked back at the girl who was wearing a smug smile. Don't underestimate your opponent just because he doesn't look strong at top size. Looks I win again, Jeanette said. Atopsai was very annoyed at her attitude, but he had to respect her for training a Bellsprout to fight like that. He gave her a nod and said, "For today, the battle is yours. But Miroake and I will be back to challenge you again. We will win next time. I look forward to it," Jeanette replied as she watched her opponent leave with his Pokemon. The crowd gave her and Bellsprout a round of applause as the fight was concluded. Ranma nodded. He had recognized the maneuvers that Bellsprout had used. The plant Pokemon had used a modified Aikido fighting style, which turned its opponent's size and strength against it. As Ranma thought about it, the more it made sense for Bellsprout to use. Since Bellsprout lacked size and overall hitting power, it was better off letting its opponents attack and then use the energy against them. Not bad. Looks like I'm not the only one who teaches Pokemon how to use martial arts. I wonder if she's any good in the martial arts. She is cute. Ranma couldn't help but notice how pretty the girl was with her long violet hair, which was done up in a geisha style with two long dresses moved forward. She had her hair tied up in a yellow bow and wore a light red kimono. She looked to be about a year younger than he was. It was then that he realized that he had been staring too long as Jeanette started walking toward him. "So did you enjoy the match?" Jeanette asked. Ranma was jolted back to reality as he stuttered a bit in answering her. Yes. That was impressive. That was Aikido, right?" "That's right." Jeanette nodded as she assessed Ranma. "My name is Jeanette Fisher. So, are you interested in a match?" After competing in the Indigo League, My Pokemon need to train so we can be ready for next year. I was about to set out on a Pokemon journey, but I thought to get in a few matches for practice. Pikachu. Ranma smirked as he looked on his shoulder. Well, it looks like Raiden here would like to try his luck against your Bellsprout. Jeanette gave Raiden a sweet smile as she replied, "All right. But I have to warn you, I doubt any of your Pikachu's attacks will be effective against my Bellsprout." Raiden became a bit put off by the comment, but Ranma gave an off-handed wave and replied with a smirk, "Thanks for the warning, but I think we can still give you a good match." He then glanced at the Pikachu on his shoulder and winked at him. "Right, Raiden?" Raiden returned the wink and then leapt down to face off against Bellsprout. The crowd waited in anticipation for the two Pokemon to battle. "Ready, Raiden?" "Pikachu." Raiden powered up his electric sax. "That won't work," Jeanette stated. This was exactly what Ash Ketchum's Pikachu had tried in the Indigo League. "Pikachu." The Pikachu let loose with a sizzling bolt of electricity at the plant, which struck Bellsprout dead on. However, when the blast ended, Bellsprout was still standing. Jeanette giggled as she said, "Bellsprout's roots act as grounding elements and disperse electricity into the ground. There's no way your electric rodent can shock it." She then turned to her Pokemon. BLLSPROUD. Razor Leaf. The plant Pokemon swung its leaf arms in an arc and the two leaves shot forward like deadly shuriken. Raiden nimbly ducked under the two leaves, which spun past him. The crowd parted behind him to avoid being sliced. The leaves cut into a steel lamppost, causing it to topple over. It was then that Raiden rushed forward and began delivering punches and kicks at the Bellsprout. As what had happened in the Indigo League, Bellsprout weaved and swayed to avoid each of Raiden's strikes. Jeanette became smug as she watched the Pikachu fail to hit his opponent. She then decided to end the match by nodding to her Bellsprout to deliver the final blow. As if history was repeating itself, Bellsprout lifted one of its root legs and swung it toward Raiden's head. She was about to shout out in victory when the unthinkable happened, causing her to gasp in shock. "Bellsprout?" Ranma smirked. There was Bellsprout standing on one leg while its other leg was being held captive in Raiden's paws. The electric rodent grinned evilly and then used leverage to pull Bellsprout off the ground and slam it to the ground. "Pika! Pika! Pika! Wham! Wham! Wham!" Jeanette watched in disbelief as the Bellsprout was flipped like a flapjack. She then looked up at Ranma with confusion as her Pokemon was continually slammed to the ground. Ranma shrugged as he said, "Oh, I forgot to mention. Raiden also knows how to do Aikido. By the way, your Bellsprout's fighting style is impressive, but it does have one fatal flaw." He gestured to Raiden. "Aridian. Anything goes." Raiden was still holding on to Bellsprout's root when he put the plant into an airplane spin and sent it flying high into the air. The plant Pokemon was still dazed from its beating when Raiden leapt up 30 feet and demonstrated the specialty of the Sodom School of the Anything Goes martial arts. Raiden seemed to defy gravity as he let loose with a torrent of punches and kicks at Bellsprout. The plant was pounded mercilessly as its Aikido training was made useless. With no leverage to use its throwing techniques, not to mention being tossed about in midair like a leaf in a storm, Jeanette's Pokemon didn't stand a chance. Jeanette was still shocked as she saw her Bellsprout land unconscious onto the ground. Ranma's Pikachu landed on its feet and raised a paw in victory. The crowd were silent for a few moments, then gave off a loud cheer. Pikachu! The electric mouse then bowed respectfully to his downed opponent, before returning to his master's side. How did you? Jeanette was flabbergasted. Ranma smirked as he said, Aikido works best when you happen to have both feet or roots on the ground. But in the air, it's almost useless. Mid-air combat happens to be one of Raiden's specialties. Pika. Raiden affirmed. Ranma nodded as he walked away from Jeanette with a wave and a smile. We had a good match. See you around. Without another word, Ranma went off to find the Pokemon Center to get some rest and have his Pokemon treated. Jeanette ran up to her fallen Bellsprout and was relieved to see that her Pokemon was alright and would eventually recover. As she cradled it in her arms, she looked at the retreating figure of Ranma and began to wonder about him. This bore looking into. Meanwhile, somewhere near the outskirts of Saffron City, he's not here, boss. One of the members of the new Team Rocket remarked into his communicator. Well, if he's not there, then he's not heading your way. Giovanni replied as he spoke from the console in his private office. There were sightings of a Rapidash and his rider heading down Highway 48, but our spies lost sight of him when he hit the turnpike. We don't know where he is now. So now what, boss? The other member asked. There isn't anything we can do but keep an eye out for him. For the moment, I'm putting you two on another assignment. You two are to head for Crimson City and steal all the fighting-type Pokemon at the gym. They happen to have very strong Macart that we can use. Right, boss. Both signed off as they left. The very next day, Ranma had decided to tour Crimson City before setting out toward Saffron City. As he made his way toward the center of the metropolitan areas, he came across a building that was in fact a dojo. He looked up and read the sign. Crimson City Pokemon Gym and Dojo. See Gym Leader Zora for a Rising Sun badge and martial arts lessons. This is great. Pika? Raiden asked. We can get a badge and I can get some good practice at the same time. Ranma was ecstatic at finally getting a chance to go up against the martial artists of this world. Sparring with his Pokemon was good training, but he really wanted to test his skills against real martial artists. Beating up Team Rocket had been fun, but that didn't count as martial arts training. Without hesitation, Ranma entered the building with Raiden following close behind. He found himself in a large open area and saw that a practice match was going on. A crowd of students was sitting in a circle around a large mat. In the center of the circle, two students, both dressed in white practice gear, were going at each other as their head instructor watched on from the sidelines. The woman was tall and looked to be in her mid-30s. Ranma could tell that she had considerable skill in the martial arts, judging by her stance. She had very pleasant features and had violet hair tied up in a bun. He could also see that several of the students had their Pokemon with them. Several Pokemon in particular caught his attention. They were standing right beside the instructor and watching the match. *Machop, a fighting type Pokemon. Its body is made of pure muscle and its special attack is the seismic toss. They are extremely agile and can dodge specifically designed attacks. Machop are well known for their mastery in the martial arts and are often used to help instructors train their students. The big-tailed martial artist smiled at the thought of having such a Pokemon to spar with. Ranma watched with interest as the two students sparred with one another. His eyes widened as he saw that one of the combatants was Jeanette. He became very fascinated as the girl danced around her opponent, then grabbed him by the front of his GI. With a fluid motion, she tossed him over her shoulder and the boy made an audible splat when he hit the mat on his back. "Ooh, I'm done," the boy moaned. The other students, the macaque and their instructor began applauding as Jeanette bowed to her fallen opponent. As the boy was being carried off by two of his friends, she then looked up and saw Ranma standing near the entrance. She turned to the instructor and said in an excited voice, "Mother, it's him." The woman looked down at her daughter with a stern look. "Jeanette, how many times have I told you to call me sensei while training?" Jeanette nodded as she replied in more respectful tone. "Forgive me, sensei, but that boy over there," the girl pointed to Ranma. "He's the one I told you about yesterday." Everyone looked in the direction that she was gesturing and Ranma timidly held up a hand. "Hi there. I'm looking for Zora." The woman nodded as she walked up to Ranma and smiled. "I am Zora Fisher, the martial arts instructor and Pokemon gym leader. Are you here to challenge for a Rising Sun badge or do you wish to sign up for martial arts training?" "Well, actually I would like to do both. I'm Ranma Sodom." Ranma was a little distracted at the fact that the gym leader was a woman, but he fought down the urge to say that he didn't fight females. After all this time, Ranma had developed a little more tact. "I'd like to battle for a badge and maybe spar a bit with your students." Zora looked at the boy before her and assessed him. Judging by his well-toned musculature and his casual, yet ready stance, she could tell that he was no slouch in the fighting arts. According to what her daughter had told her about him, he would have to be knowledgeable in an armed combat to have taught his Pikachu to counter her Bellsprout's attacks. The fact that he was very handsome didn't hurt either. "I just may have found someone for Jeanette." "Interesting," My daughter has told me of how you had defeated her Bellsprout with a Pikachu. You must be very skilled to have taught it to defend against Bellsprout's Akido. Ranma blushed a bit at the praise, then felt his pride rising. Well, I don't want to brag, but I am pretty good. Ranma began to get uncomfortable under her upraising stare and quickly changed the subject. So how about that match? Very well. I would very much like to see your skills as a Pokemon trainer and martial artist. She gestured to her students to the sides. The young boys and girls went off to take a seat along the walls of the dojo. Her daughter went off to one end, and was joined by her mother shortly after. Ranma went to the opposite corner. We shall have a two-on to battle, young man. In the Crimson City Gym and Dojo, we pride ourselves on the strength of the trainers as well as their Pokemon. Not only do you need to defeat my strongest Pokemon, but also my strongest student. Are you ready? Ranma nodded, as he stood ready with his Pikachu. Jeanette. Zora gestured to her daughter, who stepped forward and took a stance. I'm supposed to fight her? Once again, Ranma's uneasiness against fighting girls came back to him. What's the matter? Afraid that you'll lose to a girl? Jeanette sneered as she went into a series of graceful high kicks and spins. Well, Ranma was a bit of a loss as he tried to think up a way to say that he didn't fight girls. Unfortunately, his hesitation was seen as a sign of cowardice. You are the one who issued the challenge, Ranma showed him. Now, will you fight her, or will you admit defeat? Ranma winced then nodded reluctantly. If he wanted a Rising Sun badge, then he would have to comply. Besides, Ranma never backed down from anything, and he wasn't going to start now. He still had a sense of pride and his honor to uphold. With a tired sigh, he gestured to his Pikachu to stay back as he stepped forward and assumed a stance. The two faced each other off and waited. Begin. Instantly, Jeanette went into a barrage of fast punches, followed by a low sweet kick. Ranma easily evaded the attacks as he began assessing his opponent's skill level. He saw that Jeanette was a very intense fighter and seemed to be proficient in several styles. She had nowhere near the speed, skill or agility that he had, but she did not telegraph her moves, and seemed to have better than average endurance. Ranma couldn't bring himself to counter her attacks and continued to just dodge. What are you doing? Don't just keep dodging. Attack me. Jeanette was getting annoyed at how Ranma was casually evading each of her moves. She tried a straight punch to the face, but Ranma made a light hop over it and seemed to hang in the air for a few seconds. He extended a finger and pointed at her forehead. Are you sure you want me to attack? Jeanette's eyes crossed for a moment at the finger, before he returned to the ground. Irritated that Ranma could get so easily within her defense, she then grabbed the front of his shirt and tried to throw him over her shoulder in a judo toss. Unfortunately for her, Ranma had let her grab his shirt as he reversed the throw, and Jeanette found herself flying through the air. She landed on her rear with a thump. A moment later, She rubbed her sore posterior and got up to face against Ranma again. She charged at him and began throwing more punches and kicks, but he once again evaded them all. By now, Jeanette was getting steamed. On the sidelines, Zora shook her head as she saw that her daughter was losing her patience. On the other hand, Ranma was showing exceptional skill and control as he continued to evade Jeanette's blows. She then saw that Jeanette was going to try for a suicidal lunge. Bellsprout's trainer flew forward with a straight punch, but Ranma simply jumped over the fist and her, made a simple flip and was behind her. He then extended a finger and gave the back of her head a gentle nudge. Stop! Jeanette whirled around to attack Ranma again, but halted when she heard her mother's voice. She looked over to Zora, who gave her a serious expression and a nod. She was a little confused but then realized that Ranma had won the match. She reluctantly took a neutral stance and bowed to her opponent. When she looked up at him again, he was giving her a friendly smile. That was a good match. You're not half bad. He then let off a small chuckle. Jeanette was still a bit irritated but had to admit that he was better than she was. He could have easily have knocked her out instead of just tapping her head with his index finger. She continued to look at him and soon his laughter became contagious. She was soon chuckling along with him. Ranma couldn't help but notice that she looked really cute when she was laughing. A few minutes later, Ranma was again facing off against Zora as she and Jeanette stood at the other end of the dojo. I must say, that was quite impressive, Ranma showed him. You are indeed an exceptional martial artist. Now let us see if you are just as good in training Pokemon. Makup, I choose you. She gestured to the Pokemon that was out in front group. The fighting Pokemon stepped up, took a battle stance and waited. Ranma looked down at Raiden and gave him the go-ahead. Pika. Raiden stepped forward and assumed a stance. Machop. Mega Kick. Makup. The fighting Pokemon charged at the yellow rodent and went into a flying kick. Raiden leapt up to evade the attack. Makup's foot plowed into the floor. As he was still airborne, the Pikachu let loose with an electric bolt. However, just as the bolt reached Makup, it easily sidestepped the lightning, which passed by harmlessly. Ranma's eyes narrowed as he saw Raiden's attack miss. Apparently Makup had exceptional reflexes. Raiden then tried several shock attacks in a row, and every one of them was skillfully evaded. Zora smiled as she said, Your Pikachu can't shock my Makup. I have trained him to anticipate his enemy's attacks and he can dodge just about anything that is thrown at him. Machop. Attack. The Makup charged in and started giving high-impact punches and kicks. Ranma's Pikachu found himself hard-pressed to block and evade the blows and a few managed to lightly connect. Whoa! That Makup is really good. He'd make a good sparring partner. I've never seen any other Pokemon be able to keep up with Raiden like this. Ranma looked closely and saw Raiden trying to get him close and power up his cheek pouches again. He then noticed how Macarp was looking at his opponent and saw that the fighting Pokemon was studying his Pikachu's electric sacks. So that's it. Raiden's sparking electric attacks are a dead giveaway. Macarp is watching those sparks to warn him. Okay, so he can anticipate Raiden's electric attacks by the way his cheeks are flashing. I guess that's how he can anticipate another Pokemon's moves. Ranma smirked as he watched as Macarp evaded a bolt of electricity at close range and delivered a hard elbow toward Raiden's head. The Pikachu was just barely able to roll with the blow. Okay, if electric attacks won't work, then how about this? Raiden, Mokodakabisha. Raiden leapt back out of Macarp's reach then began focusing his energy. A moment later, he released a small blue ball of ki energy from his paws. Chop! Macarp was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a projectile that he had never seen before and didn't have time to react. The ki blast slammed into the Pokemon and sent it sprawling back. It managed to stay on its feet, but Raiden wasn't going to give it a chance to recover. Charging forward, the Pikachu leapt up and began raining fast punches to its upper body. Macarp's body trembled and jerked as Raiden scored several high-powered hits in rapid succession. It hadn't expected a Pikachu who was able to hit so hard. The spectators were totally in awe at what had just happened. Two people in particular were totally stunned. Mother, what was that? Zora was so shocked at how Raiden had fired off something that looked like a psychic attack that she did not reprimand her daughter for calling her mother. I'm not sure, but it looked like a psychic attack. A psychic attack? From a Pikachu? No, wait, that may be a ki blast. Ki? You mean, like in those old stories that you told me about? Yes, child. Ki is the fundamental energy of all living things, and it has been said that it can augment a person's physical abilities. But I never imagined that it could be used outside of the body. Ranma smirked when he heard this. Apparently, this world's martial artists had yet to discover about focusing ki outside the body. They probably didn't have more than the basic idea about ki. Ranma winced while smiling as Raiden grabbed one of Macarp's arms and used a judo technique to swing it above his head several times before sending it flying across the dojo. WHUMP. Macarp landed painfully on its belly on the floor. It moaned, as the injuries from Raiden's earlier attacks began to register. It slowly got to its feet, but it was pretty dizzy from the spinning and feeling lots of pain at the moment. By this time, Raiden was powering up his aura for the final attack. Raiden, final attack. Thunder, KBOM. Before Ranma could give the order for Raiden to finish off Macarp, a side wall was suddenly blown out and huge clouds of smoke came billowing in. In the confusion, Raiden stopped powering up. All of a sudden, projectiles began shooting into the dojo through the hole and exploding, and releasing weighted nets and ropes. The students, the Pokemon and the Fisher family found themselves becoming tangled and trapped. The entire group became a huge writhing mass. Ranma barely managed to evade the netting and he swept up his Pikachu in his arms. As the smoke cleared, he began hearing some kind of background music and moaned at its familiarity. Oh no! Not again! Two figures stepped out of the clouds of smoke and struck a pose. One was a man who had short brown hair and a medium build. The other was a girl with red hair done up in a long braid. Both were wearing dark blue uniforms with large red hairs on their chests. Zora and her daughter managed to get to a position to see who they were. Jeanette's mother was very angry at this unexpected attack on her dojo and said, "Who are you? What do you want? Here comes trouble," the girl announced. "And you can bet that it will double," the partner affirmed. "To subject the world through devastation. To conquer all people within the nation. To make it impossible for truth and love. To rule the earth with an iron glove. Bonnie. Clyde. Team Rocket, here to destroy all hope and light. Surrender now or fall before our might." Golbat. A bad Pokemon came hovering in and landed on Clyde's shoulder. Then Duo laughed as they saw their catch. "Well, just look at all the Macaque we caught. Not to mention the other Pokemon too. The boss is going to give us a huge bonus for this." Bonnie called back toward the huge hole in the wall. "All right guys, load up all the Pokemon." 10 men came storming through the hole with electrified stun batons and Pokeballs. They began making their way through the nets, using their batons to keep the students away from their Pokemon. One by one, the Pokemon were forcefully gathered up into the Pokeballs. Any resistance from the students or the Pokemon was met with electric shocks. Jeanette and Zora watched in horror and disbelief as their Macaque were being taken away from them. The Macaque that had been battling Ranma's Pikachu was in especially bad shape. Jeanette managed to move over toward it, but she was roughly pushed away by a pair of Team Rocket men. "You won't get away with this," Jeanette said defiantly. "Oh yeah?" Bonnie sneered. "And who's going to stop us?" As if on cue, two bright blue balls of energy shot out from the other side of the dojo, slamming into the two men that had shoved Jeanette. The two toughs were sent hurtling back and out the hole in the wall, just barely missing Bonnie and Clyde. "What the? Who did that?" Everyone turned their heads to where the blasts came from and their eyes widened in amazement. The raining smoke from the initial explosion had finally cleared, leaving the impressive sight of Ranma and Raiden walking toward them with battle oars blazing. Both had stern expressions on their faces that gave the impression that there was going to be some serious pain to be dealt out. "Who are you?" Bonnie asked. "Ranma Sodom of the Sodom School of the Anything Goes Martial Arts." Ranma growled as he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. "Anything goes? Never heard of that one before." Jeanette and her mother were rooted to the spot as they watched Ranma and his Pikachu boldly walk toward their foe, regardless of the fact that they were outnumbered and unarmed. "Ranma Sodom?" Clyde repeated, then became more excited. "Hey! We got two birds with one stone. The boss is looking for this guy. Well, Now that does save us the trouble of hunting you down, Ranma Sodom. Bonnie sneered as she held up a pokeball. If you know what's good for you, you'll surrender yourself and your Pokemon and come with us. I don't think so. If you want me, you'll have to beat me and my Pokemon. Suit yourself. Cloister, I come move. Pikachu. Before Bonnie was able to throw her Pokeball forward, Raiden sped forward and rammed her in the gut, forcing her to go flying out the hole in the wall. Bonnie. Wham! In less than a heartbeat, Ranma crossed the distance between them and delivered a haymaker that sent Clyde through the hole after his partner. Golbat was started off its perch and Ranma batted him outside as well. Get him! Ranma turned at the shout and saw the other Team Rocket flunkies rush toward him with their stun batons. Ranma smirked as he leapt into the fray and began giving them a demonstration of his martial arts skills. O-H. Yow. O-W. Ouch. O-W-I-E. Wham. D-O-W. Smack. Crash. On the floor, the macaque that had thought Pikachu stared in awe at the sheer power and skill of Raiden's trainer. He became especially interested when Ranma cupped his hands at his waist, pulled back and began focusing his ki. He then thrust his hands forward. Eat my wind cannon. Wind cannon. Genetic. A huge blast of compressed air shot from Ranma's palms and impacted against the men, knocking them over like dominoes. They crashed through another wall and were all rendered unconscious in a pile of rubble outside of the building. Ranma then took out a Pokeball. Cut them loose, Razor. The Pokeball opened up and the Sandslash immediately set to work in freeing the students and the instructor. Ranma then ran out with Raiden to finish off the leaders of the group. What they didn't know was that one of the stun batons that had been dropped by Bonnie and Clyde's men had developed a short circuit and had rolled near some discarded towels. The weapon began to spark and soon, one spark caused a dry towel to catch fire. It wasn't long before the fire began to spread. Outside the building, Clyde and Bonnie had just recovered when Ranma and Raiden came running out of the gym. Wasting no time, they called forth their Pokemon. Golbat. Screech attack. The bad Pokemon swooped down and let off a piercing scream that caused Ranma to become dizzy as the sound lavas began disrupting his equilibrium. He knelt down on the ground and looked up at the Golbat. Reaching to his belt, he plucked out a Pokeball and threw it forward. Wind Rider, counter with Sonic Wing. The Pidgeotto burst forth from the Pokeball and began flapping his wings furiously while focusing his ki and hovering. Then suddenly, the bird brought his wings forward at such a fast rate that he broke the sound barrier, causing a focused sonic boom to be emitted against Golbat's screech attack. The sound lavas caused nearby windows to be shattered as the bad Pokemon's scream was drowned out. Accompanying the sonic boom was a massive blast of compressed air and Golbat was sent hurtling back. Bonnie gulped as she urged her Cloister forward. CLOIS dear. Water gun attack. Wind Rider was far from finished as he dived down and launched twin blasts of compressed air from his wings to blow the water stream away from Ranma and Raiden. It was then that Ranma noticed something about his Pidgeotto. His eyes were glowing. What the? Can it be? Did Pidgeotto figure out a way to fire off his own ki? Ranma got his answer as Wind Rider squawked and let loose with two slender beams of energy at the cloister, just as it was about to close its shell in defense. It wasn't fast enough and the beams struck its tender and soft inner body. Cloister let off a scream of pain as it was blasted back. Wind Rider followed through with another compressed blast of air, knocking the clam into a nearby grove of trees. The clam let off a whimper and then was unconscious. "Oh," Clyde said as he realized that they were now defenseless. Ranma grinned as he watched his bird land beside him. "Way to go, Wind Rider. I didn't know you could do that. Big to you." Wind Rider was quite pleased with himself at the moment. After watching Ranma and his two mice Pokemon develop their ki blasts, the Pidgeotto had decided to create his own technique. Like his trainer, Wind Rider had taken his own initiative and it had paid off. Now then, Ranma cracked his knuckles as he and his Pokemon advanced on their adversaries. Razor had just finished freeing Zora and Jeanette when his sensitive nose picked up something. He looked back and saw that a fire had begun near the far wall and was starting to eat away at a couple of support timbers. Slash! Slash! The Sandslash redoubled his efforts to get the others free before they found themselves trapped inside a burning building. Outside of the dojo, Bonnie and Clyde were not in good shape. They had seen their lives flash before their eyes for about 2 seconds before Ranma and Raiden were upon them. In less time it took to tell, Ranma had beaten Clyde to a bruised and bloody pulp, while Raiden had repeatedly shocked Bonnie senseless. As Ranma held up the battered Clyde by the collar, he started to smell smoke. "Everyone outside, now!" Zora screamed. Ranma and his Pikachu turned around to see Zora and her students race out of the building with their Pokemon. He was relieved to see that Razor had escaped along with them. Just in time too, as the hole they came out of collapsed behind them. He also saw that the top portion of the dojo blazing away and he could hear fire sirens in the distance. "Is everyone all right?" the instructor asked as she made a fast head count. She smiled as she saw that all of her students and their Pokemon. But then her daughter screamed in alarm. "Mother! One of our Macaque is missing." Zora looked at the group of Macaque and became alarmed as she realized that she was one short. It was the same one that had been injured in its battle with Raiden. In all of the confusion, her Macaque had gotten lost in the scramble to escape. "Oh no! He must still be inside. I'll get him," Ranma declared as he rushed toward the building. Seeing that the entrance was now blocked, he ran around the side and used the other hole to gain entry. Unfortunately, as he rushed through the opening, the hole also collapsed in on itself, sealing him inside the burning gym. His Pikachu and Pidgeotto were prevented from following their trainer. Ranma coughed as he made his way through the smoke and heat. He saw Makart lying prone on the floor and ran over toward him. Bending down, he assessed the Pokemon's condition and then slung it over his shoulder. He began to frantically look around for a way out, but there seemed to be no exit. He then decided to gamble. Wildfire, I choose you. The Rapidash let off a whinny and reared on its hind legs. Ranma leapt onto his back and directed him toward a relatively undamaged section of wall. Blazing Horn charge. Get the United States out of here. Wildfire immediately charged at the wall, its aura blazing around it, creating protective barrier to absorb the flames that threatened its passengers. Lowering the horn and hardening it to diamond density, the fire horse streaked at the wall like a shooting star. Outside the gym, firefighters and police were on the scene and Officer Jenny was busy talking to Zora to assess the situation. He ran back in there. Yes, he went to save one of my Makart, but suddenly there was a huge explosion, and firefighters pulled back, thinking that the fire had reached a gas main. However, a section of wall was blown outward and a fiery steed shot forward from the conflagration. It skidded to a halt and reared back on its legs before powering down its aura, revealing a dirty and slightly singed, but otherwise unharmed Ranma and Makart. The martial arts let off a whoop of triumph and held his hand up with fingers in a victory. The Raiden let off a happy sound as he began bounding toward his master. Machop. Ranma looked down at the Pokemon in his arms as it gave him a happy smile before the Makart slipped back into unconsciousness. After Bonnie, Clyde and the rest of their group were carted off to jail, the grateful Zora and Jeanette invited Ranma to be their guest at their home while they wait for their Makart to heal at the Pokemon Center. At first Ranma had tried to turn them down, but they insisted that it was a matter of honor that they repay their debt to him. After they had pleaded with him for a while, Ranma finally accepted their offer to stay for a few days. Ranma found that staying with the Fishers was quite enjoyable as he got to rest from his long journey and enjoy Zora's home-cooked meals, the first he ever had in a long time. Jeanette would always pester him about how he trained his Pokemon and his special martial arts techniques. Of course, Ranma would politely turn her down, but this only made her even more persistent. As a result, Ranma had started sparring with her as well as his Pokemon. He also found it very good practice when he trained with Zora as well as her group of Makart. When the injured Makart had healed, Ranma was more than eager to try his skills against Pikachu's opponent. He wasn't disappointed. A week later, well, I guess this is goodbye. Ranma said as he hefted his backpack and prepared to mount Wildfire. Pikachu. Raiden waved to Zora as he hopped onto his place on top of Ranma's pack. It was an honor having you as our guest, Ranma showed him. Zora said as she shook Ranma's hand. If there's anything that we can do to repay you, there is, Mother. Jeanette said as she walked up to them. She was wearing a red t-shirt, denim cut-off shorts, white socks and running shoes. She also had a backpack. Behind her was Makop, who had completely recovered from the fire. Makop here would like to go with Ranma. Makop. The fighting Pokemon nodded vigorously as he approached the fire horse. Ranma looked down at the martial arts Pokemon. It was tempting. It was so very tempting. Still, it wasn't his, and it already had a home at the Crimson City Gym, which was being rebuilt at this very moment. Bonnie and Clyde had been arrested with their group, and all the Pokemon had been returned to their owners. Once again, he had gotten offers from Officer Jenny to stick around, but it was time for him to move on. Thank you. But, Makop. The Pokemon shook his head and pointed to Ranma's Pokeballs. It looks like Makop isn't going to take no for an answer. Zora laughed. I don't blame him. After seeing you spar with him for the last 3 days, I can see why he wants to go with you to train. You are an exceptional martial artist, and I think you would become even stronger if you were his trainer. Heaven knows, I couldn't train him to do all those attacks. Ranma smiled. It had been fun staying with the Fisher family after they had offered to put him up for a few days. Sparring with the Makop was great, and Ranma had found himself wishing he had such a Pokemon of his own. Now they were offering one. Ranma shook his head while smiling and said to the Pokemon, Are you sure you want to be with me, Makop? I mean, it's pretty hard out there, and I gotta warn ya, I'm a really tough trainer. Makop. Pikachu. Raiden nodded his assent as Ranma removed a Pokeball from his belt. He then activated it and opened it up. Makop let off a happy sound as he was sucked into the Pokeball. Ranma smiled as he replaced the device onto his belt. Don't worry, Makop, I'll take care of you. I'm sure you will. Zora smiled as she also handed Ranma something else. Oh yes, here is something else for you. Ranma looked down at the shiny object in his hand. It was square and metallic, which depicted a red sun with rays coming out of it. The coveted Rising Sun badge. In recognition of a great martial artist as well as a Pokemon trainer. Ranma bowed his head and replied, Thank you, Zora-sensei. He pocketed the badge and mounted his horse, giving the Fisher a final wave. I guess time that I should be going. Yes, we should be going now, Jeanette said as she took out a Pokeball. Excuse me. What do you mean by, we? Ranma became a bit nervous at this. I'm going with you, Jeanette said matter-of-factly. You still owe me a match, and besides, I think we can teach each other a few things, right? Jeanette patted her eyebrows at him. Ranma gulped as he quickly turned his mount and said in a hurried voice, well, sorry, but I prefer to travel alone. It's single quotes nice of you for comma and a single quote really flattered. However, it on single quote to keep off from you single quote run journeys. I single quote will bet on me. Why? See ya. Come back here, you bucka. Jeanette threw out her Pokeball, just as Ranma sped off into the distance in a big hurry. The Pokeball opened up to reveal another Rapidash. Soon Jeanette was also racing off into the sunset. Zora chuckled as she watched her daughter give chase. Ah, young love. I'm glad that my little Jeanette is finally getting more out of life than just training. She had noticed how her daughter had become attracted to Ranma during his stay with them. The way she looked at him whenever he sparred and how he seemed to make her laugh always brought a tear to her eye. Now, Jeanette was more alive than she had ever been since returning from the Indigo League. She had been so serious in training that she had pretty much isolated herself. Now she had a reason to live more fully. Zora had also grown quite fond of the boy herself. HMMM, Ranma Fisher. I think I like the sound of that. Author's notes. Well, as expected, Ranma now has a martial arts Pokemon. I hope the added scenes helped clear up some of the gaps in this chapter. In any case, Ranma may have just gotten himself a new traveling buddy, though that's only if she can catch him. As for those of you who are wondering if Sam will ever catch up to Ranma, don't worry, she will. Though Jeanette may have some other ideas. Chapter 10 Chapter 10 Wildfire Gets Wilder. Fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer, I think we know the drill by now. Italic, thoughts Pokedex responses. Chapter 10 Wildfire Gets Wilder. Where are we? Ranma said aloud as he looked at the map. It had been about 5 days since he left Crimson City. He had used that time to start training his new Makup. The martial arts Pokemon had taken to the anything-goes style like a fish to water. Sparring with him was also good training, and the other Pokemon seemed to get along very nicely with their newest member, whom he named Bruiser. Makup had earned that name after he actually managed to catch Ranma in midair and put him into a seismic toss. Fortunately, after all the training Ranma had done with the other Pokemon, he had survived Makup's strongest attack. The Pokemon's best moves consisted of grappling maneuvers and throws, but the Makup also proved to be very adaptable at the Shodown style of aerial combat and key techniques. Ranma continued to stare at the map and had thought that he and his Rapidash had made an error in navigation again. It wasn't easy reading road signs when his mode of transport was moving at an average speed of over 175 mph. It was made even worse due to Wildfire's tendency to race against any fast-moving cars, planes and such. His Pokedex had informed him that Rapidash were like that and they loved speed contests. They would race against anything that was fast just for the thrill of it. This time was different, however. When they had gotten back on the highway, they had encountered some construction crew doing repair work and had to make a detour. Then all of a sudden, Wildfire had put on a burst of speed and started galloping off in a new direction. Now they were overlooking a vast area of plains and rolling hills. Checking his map, Ranma discerned that he was somewhere near the Safari Zone. He wondered just why his Rapidash seemed so excited to be here and seemed to feel right at home. Before he had a chance to ponder it some more, he and his Rapidash had begun to feel an ominous rumbling noise. The ground began to shake as Ranma pulled back on the reins to steady his steed. On his backpack, Raiden clung tight to keep from falling off. Whoa! Steady, Wildfire. Easy does it. The Rapidash soon calmed down and Ranma looked over and saw a huge cloud of dust fast approaching from the east. He reached into a side pocket of his backpack and took out a pair of binoculars. Looking through the eyepieces, he let out a gasp as he saw what was coming. At the front was a small herd of torus. On either side of the thundering group were two riders, each mounted on fire horses. Ranma smiled as he noted 3 pony cows and 1 Rapidash. The rider of the Rapidash caught his interest. He observed her riding her mount with all the skill of the cowboys he had seen on those K&TV westerns as a kid. It was then that he noticed that the herd of torus was heading toward a small town and saw that the riders were trying to head off the stampede. Even though the herd numbered about a dozen or so, even that small number would cause great damage and injury. He could see that the townspeople were scrambling to take cover. Seeing that the riders would not be able to stop the rampaging torus in time, he decided to intervene. "Let's go, Wildfire." The Rapidash reared up on his hind legs, then charged down the slope on an intercept course, leaving a blazing trail of embers behind it as he raced to head off the herd. Laurel was desperately urging her Rapidash to go faster, but it was apparent that they were not going to be able to stop the stampede in time. It was then that she saw that something was fast approaching on a course perpendicular to where the herd was heading. She could only make out a red comet as it streaked across the ground. When it came closer, she gasped as she made out a Rapidash and its rider. "What is that dang fool doing?" Laura gasped as she saw them charging across the plains. Ranma smiled as they came across a large area of sand between the herd and the town. He then came up with an inspiration. Grabbing the pokeball that contained Wind Rider, he then directed his steed to race across the front of the herd of torus. "Wildfire. Head them off with an FIRBLAZE trail." The Rapidash let off a whinny as he put on another burst of speed, pulling out intense flames that formed a wall behind them. The lead torus of the herd was forced to turn to the right to avoid the wall and started to run parallel to the flames. The rest of the herd followed. "Now, use the super fire spin. Keep them inside the circle but don't hurt them." Wildfire's mane and tail flared again as he began racing around in a wide circle. The torus tried to outrun the fire horse, but were unable to keep up with his superior speed. The flames being caused by Ranma's Pokemon soon formed a ring to corral the beasts. Ranma knew that it was only a temporary solution. As soon as the flames died down, the torus would likely stampede again. As he urged his Rapidash to continue racing around the herd, he let fly with Wind Rider's Pokeball. "Wind Rider, use your sand attack and kick it up behind Wildfire's trail." The Pidgeotto did as he was asked and used controlled bursts of wind to cause sand particles to be swept into the intense flames. The silicon particles began to harden into glass under the intense heat. They started piling up and fusing together into mounds. More and more sand was added as Ranma's Rapidash slowly widened the circle with each pass, causing a glass barrier to be formed. After several dozens of turns, a ring of glass more than 5 feet thick encircled the herd. The Torus tried to butt their way through, but with so little space inside the makeshift corral, they couldn't build up enough momentum. Eventually, they began to come down as they realized that they had nowhere to go. When Ranma saw that the herd had stopped, he then brought his steed to a halt. Patting the side of his horse's head, he praised both of his Pokemon. "Great job, Wildfire. You too," whined Ryder. The Rapidash snorted with pride and the Pidgeotto let off a happy squawk. Ranma wiped his brow of sweat as he surveyed their work. Around the glass corral, there was nothing but bare rock now. However, the town had been saved. The people were just coming out of their shelters and began cheering. It was then that he saw the riders approaching him with Laurel Laramie in front. They all came to a halt in front of him. "That was amazing. You saved the town and stopped the stampede. We're right grateful to you and your Pokemon." Ranma smiled at her Old West accent. He decided to respond in kind. T_wern_T nothing ma'am. Happy to oblige. He then gave her a salute with his 2 fingers. He wished he had a cowboy yet. Laura nodded as she got off her mount. Ranma did the same as he got a good look at the girl. She was wearing a kind of headband in her light green hair. She also had a red bandana around her neck and wore a red flannel, short-sleeved shirt, tan Bermuda-styled shorts and leather shoes that resembled hiking boots. Ranma gauged her to be around Jeanette's age and she had an athletic figure, which wasn't surprising considering that she worked on a ranch. "What's your name, stranger?" Ranma showed him. Ranma took her offered hand and shook it. "Well, I'm Laurel Laramie of the Laramie clan. We'd all like to give you a warm welcome to the Big P Ranch." "Thanks. I'm glad to be here. Pikachu." Ranma smiled as he gestured to his Pokemon. "Oh, where are my manners? I'd like to introduce you to my Pokemon. This is Raiden, Wind Rider and Wildfire." Ranma had just waved to his horse when it suddenly moved forward and gave Laura an affectionate nuzzle with the side of his head. The girl was a bit surprised at how friendly this strange horse was with her. Usually, fire horses would burn anyone that they did not completely trust. "Here, you got yourself one friendly Rapidash." "Oh, yeah." Ranma continued to stare at the horse as Laura started to stroke and pet him. "You know, if I didn't know better, I'd say that he knows you." "Well, I can't say that I ever met this Rapidash before. My Rapidash over there is the only one that I've been with. Most of my time is spent tending to our ranch's ponytails." It was then that Wildfire gave a happy snort and nuzzled her again. It was then that Ranma got to think about the time he first encountered Wildfire. He had never tried to figure out where the horse had come from when he had rescued him from Billy Barton and his friends. He also thought about how much at home Wildfire felt at this place. Could it be that Wildfire had come from here? Ranma tabled these thoughts for later as Laura invited him and his Pokemon to travel with her group back to the ranch. On the way, She called for a few of the hired hands to go and free the Torus from their glass prison. Sometime later, near the stables of the Big P Ranch, Ranma and Raiden were walking alongside Laura as she led her Rapidash to the stables. Ranma had accepted Laura's offer to set him up for the night. "I have to admit, you've got yourself one fine Rapidash," Laura commented. "I don't think we could raise one any better. I ain't never seen a Rapidash do what yours did with that herd of Torus. Thanks. Yours is really nice too. He looks strong." "Pikachu." Raiden nodded his head in agreement. "You better believe it," Laura said with pride. "Why, Rapidash here won the Pokemon Challenge race last year. I'm mighty proud of him. In fact, I intend to win this year's race with him. He did so well with his rider last year, and I'm sure that he'll win this year as well." "Well, seeing how you and Rapidash are so close, I can't help but think that you'll be the winner." Just then, the two noticed a big cloud of dust being raised in the distance. Ranma and Laura stopped as the cloud sped toward them. Laura's Rapidash and Wildfire were a bit startled when the cloud suddenly stopped in front of them and cleared. Ranma stared at the strange bird and its rider before taking out his Pokédex. *Diodihario, a three-headed bird Pokemon. It can run faster than it can fly. Its heads represent joy, sorrow and anger. Howdy Laura. All set for the big race tomorrow? The boy snickered as he gazed upon Ranma. "So who's this, your new boyfriend?" Laura had become a bit flustered, as she replied, "No, he's a guest of ours, Dario. He rounded up a herd of Torus for us." A small part of her didn't really find the idea of Ranma as a boyfriend as unpleasant. He was really cute and seemed to know how to handle horses. She then quickly changed the subject. "Anyways, I hope you're ready to lose. Rapidash is gonna whoop your Trio's tail, just like last year. HMPH. You were just lucky last year. I would have won if that horse of yours hadn't gone and cheated. Don't you go calling Rapidash a cheater when I may not be able to prove that you tried to fix the race last time, but I know you were behind all those accidents, including the one that hurt my arm. You ain't got no proof, and besides I was never involved in any of it. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Then again, the only thing you'll be seeing all through the race will be my Trio's tail feathers." Dario gave a short laugh and then rode his bird off. Ranma frowned as he watched Dario leave. "Something tells me that guy is not only a sore loser, but also a bad winner. So what did he mean by your horse cheating?" Laura smirked as she relayed the events of last year's race. "No kidding? Your Ponytail became a Rapidash?" Ranma smiled as he remembered the events that made Wildfire evolve. "Yep. I'm mighty grateful to Ash Ketchum for helping Rapidash win the race and kept Dario from becoming an honorary member of the Laramie clan. Excuse me. Well, every year we hold this race to see who had raised the best Pokemon, and the winner of the race becomes an honorary member of our clan. I shudder to think what would happen if Dario had won. Ranma nodded as he and Laura neared the stables. After tethering her horse, Laura then invited him to accompany her to the festival that was being held in town before the race. Ironically, it was the same town that had almost been run over by the stampeding Taurus. After some gentle prodding and an attack of cuteness, something that Ranma still couldn't defend himself against, Raiden's trainer reluctantly agreed to be Laura's escort. Ranma had decided to take his Rapidash with him. The fire horse walked alongside them as Laura showed him the sights. It was sometime around 9 o'clock when Ranma and Laura returned to the stables to check on her Rapidash before turning in for the night. The big-tailed martial artist and his Pikachu were quite happy. It's not every day that they had a chance to relax and just enjoy themselves. Ranma had also let out his other Pokemon to enjoy the free food and watch the sights. Laura had proven to be good company and her presence helped Raiden's trainer become more accustomed to being with girls. However, when they came back to the stables, they were quickly approached by one of the hired hands. "Laura, come quick. Something's wrong with your Rapidash and the other ponytails." Without hesitation, Laura ran to her Rapidash's stall. A moment later, she cried out in shock. A while later, in the main house of the ranch, Laura shook her head despondently as she and Ranma sat on a bench on the front porch. "I can't believe that the oats were poisoned," Laura said sadly. "Well, it's a good thing that it wasn't anything lethal," Ranma remarked. "Nurse Joy said that all of your Ponytail and Rapidash should recover in a day or two." "But the race is tomorrow," Laura exclaimed. "What am I going to do? I can't ride Rapidash or the other Ponytails, and they're the fastest Pokemon that our ranch has. There's no other Pokemon that could beat Dario's Dotrio. I just know that Dario was the one who did this." Ranma looked at the girl and he just couldn't stand to see a girl cry. He was silent for a long time, then said in a quiet voice, "I have an idea, Laura. You can use my Rapidash." Ranma held out the Pokeball that contained wildfire. "He didn't eat those poisoned oats, so you can ride him in the race." Laura smiled sadly as she shook her head. "That's nice of you to offer, Ranma, but that won't work. The Pokemon that I have to ride has to come from our ranch. Ash Ketchum was allowed to ride in my place since my Rapidash was raised here. Your Rapidash is very nice and strong, but we need a representative of our clan." "Well, if I'm right, then Wildfire should be able to race with you then." "What do you mean?" Ranma tossed the Pokeball and released Wildfire. As soon as the horse appeared, he automatically trotted over to where Laura was and gave her an affectionate lick. "Why is he so friendly to me?" Laura inquired as she gently pushed him away. "Because I think you raised him at one time." "Huh? Tell me, have you ever lost a Ponytail or had one stolen?" Laura thought for a moment, then nodded. "About a couple of months back, some rustlers tried to make off with some of our Ponytails. We managed to track them down and get back all of them, except one that had run off scared. We never did manage to find him." Ranma smiled as he saw Wildfire nuzzle against Laura's chest. Well, I think Wildfire may be that lost Bonita. He's way too familiar with you. Ranma then told her of how he had come across Wildfire and adopted him as his Pokemon. Laura was still a bit skeptical after Ranma had finished his story. That may all be just a coincidence. Besides, if Wildfire was that missing Bonita, then he'd have the special brand of the Big P wrench printed on his left hind hoof. It uses a special dye that doesn't rub off, and it isn't affected if he evolves. Ranma smirked as he went over to Wildfire's left hind leg and motioned for him to lift it. I always wondered what this mark was when I nursed him back to health. Laura gasped as she saw the mark of the Big P wrench imprinted on the hoof. She looked the horse straight in the eye and said in a trembling voice, Why you that lost, Bonita? Wildfire nodded his head vigorously and snorted in agreement. Ranma's smile became even wider. Well, it looks like you're back in the running, Laura. Laura was close to tears as she grasped the sides of Wildfire's head and quietly asked him, Do you really want me to be your rider? The fire horse gave her another affectionate lick and nodded. Well, I guess we're going to have to pull an all-nighter to get you ready for tomorrow. What do you mean? I know how to ride a horse. I've been riding them since I was 6. Ranma gestured with a fun to his Pokemon. Wildfire here isn't your average Rapidash. Sometime later. WHOA. Laura was thrown forward a dozen feet as Wildfire screeched to a halt after doing 10 laps around the corral. It was a lucky thing that Ranma had been there to catch her in his arms. She hadn't expected her mount to go from 0 to 170 miles per hour in less than 6 seconds. She had hung on for dear life when Ranma's Pokemon made those tight turns at speeds that would have broke the legs off any other horse. The way that the Rapidash could stop almost on a dime also shocked her. Wildfire's training in key control allowed the horse to reverse and decrease inertia and momentum to aid in decelerating and maneuvering. Ranma was a bit uncomfortable as he held the slim and athletic figure close to his body. He gave a slight gulp and asked, Hey, are you okay? Laura nodded slightly as she was helped back onto her feet. She more than intimidated at how powerful and fast the horse was. I never knew that Wildfire could move like that. Rapidash are fast, but not that fast. Yeah, well, I've been pushing Wildfire to reach new speeds during our travels. It's a good thing he was holding back that time. That was holding back. Ranma gave her a sheepish smile and shrugged. Well, yeah. Last time I checked, my Rapidash could hit 230 miles per hour. 230. Ranma nodded. He can only maintain his top speed for about 2 or 3 minutes before tiring out. I've trained him in endurance and he can cruise at about 180 miles per hour for a couple of hours now. Laura looked back at Wildfire, who seemed to convey an expression that seemed to apologize for accidentally throwing her. She then felt some anxiety and her confidence began to lower. Maybe it would be better if you rode him in the race tomorrow. Ranma shook his head. None, I can see it in your eyes. You want to beat that jerk Dario, and I don't blame you. This will make up for the time he put you out of the competition last year. Besides, you know the layout of the course, and Wildfire needs you to guide him through it. You know what kind of terrain he'll be up against. My Rapidash may be strong and fast, but that doesn't mean he'll automatically win on a course he's never been on. Ranma became silent for a moment as he waited for Alora's reply. When she gave him a reluctant nod, the martial artist and Pokemon trainer walked up to his horse and patted the side of his head. Wildfire, for now I want you to restrict your speed to under 120, until Laura gets used to going that fast. We'll work up from there, okay? Wildfire snorted in agreement and bobbed his head. Ranma smiled as he glanced back at Laura. Oh, and I think it would be best if you knew of some of Wildfire's attacks. I know all the attacks that a Rapidash can make. Oh, you mean Stomp, Fire Spin, Ember, Takedown and so on. That's kid stuff. Kid stuff? The big-tailed teen smirked as he watched his Pokemon power up his Batlora. The next day, welcome ladies and gentlemen, the announcer said as the crowds began to fill up the stadium at the start of the course. The annual Pokemon Challenge race will be underway in 30 minutes. Each competitor must follow a grueling and dangerous course as well as against each other to win the race. For all you Pokemon racing fans, there is no other challenging competition more exciting than this one. The crowd soon packed the stadium to full capacity as the participants of the race began positioning themselves at the starting line. Near the head of the group, Dario was perched on his Dotrio and smirked as he saw his rival Laura approach the line on foot, with no Pokemon in sight. Howdy, Laura. You here to cheer me on? Dario snickered. Like I'd ever do that. Laura replied with some irritation as she crossed her arms. Oh, don't be like that. Dario said with a mocking tone. I mean, I'm really sorry that you don't have any Pokemon to ride in the race. When I heard about your Rapidash and Ponyta getting sick, I felt really sorry that you couldn't race against me. But then again, even if you did have a Pokemon, it wouldn't be able to beat my Dotrio. It's a lot faster than last year and more than a match for that cheatin' Rapidash or yours. Laura then gave him a smug look and replied, for your information, my Rapidash could beat your Dotrio any time of the week. And besides, who says I'm going to be missing out on the race? You can't ride in the race without a Pokemon, Laura. Dario sneered. Laura looked over her shoulder and smiled as she caught sight of Wildfire being led toward the starting line by one of her hired hands. Ranma had decided to leave early that morning and keep an eye on the race. Dario's eyes widened as he watched Laura mount the fiery steed as the announcer started speaking over the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise announcement. Local favorite, Laura Laramie of the Big P Ranch will be in this year's competition. A big cheer erupted from the stands as Laura and Wildfire was given a standing ovation. Due to the unfortunate incident that occurred last night at her ranch, a fellow trainer had generously loaned his Rapidash to her for the race. But Rapidash's name is Wildfire. Let's all give them a hand. Dario became infuriated at the news as the crowds gave his rival another round of applause. He turned toward the judge's stand in outrage. Hey! That can't be right. She's supposed to be riding a Pokemon from her ranch, not some strangers. She should be disqualified from running. The head judge looked down at the papers in his hand and then shook his head. Miss Laramie has already shown me authentic proof that her mount had come from her ranch and is therefore qualified to enter the race. What? Laura smiled in triumph as she turned Wildfire around and showed off the Big P Ranch brand on his left hind hoof. Dario gritted his teeth, then turned away in disgust. Fine then. I don't know what kind of scheme you're pulling, but it won't work. I'm still going to beat you, Laura. We'll see about that. The two of them began taking their positions at the starting line as the final preparations were being made. Looking through a pair of binoculars, Ranma watched from a high ridge that was at the halfway mark of the racecourse. Beside him, he had let out all of his Pokemon to get ready for any traps and dangers that he was sure that Dario had laid out for the other competitors, especially Laura. He focused the eyepieces to maximum magnification and saw that the race was about to begin. Back at the starting line, the head judge stood up with a starting gun as the lights in front began changing colors. On your marks, the red light switched off and the amber light switched on. Get set. The amber light switched off as the judge held up the gun and pulled the trigger. The green lights then lit up. Go! Bang! The race was on. Dario immediately pulled forward from the group and took an early lead with his dog trio, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Laura and Wildfire managed to take a comfortable position in second place as they too pulled away from the pack. As per Ranma's instructions, his Rapidash kept from going full out, as Laura would have not been able to stay on his back at such velocities. As of now, he was going at about 85 miles per hour. The course for this year's race was a lot longer than Ash Ketchum had rode before, with more obstacles, twisting paths and wide gorges to cross, as well as climbing a steep mountainside and traversing a wide river. Back with the rest of the group, the riders and their Pokemon were jockeying for position and some were even getting into fights. Several riders who were riding Rapidashes were thrown from their mounts as they lost control at such high speeds. Laura barely missed being sideswiped by another rider as she urged her mount to go faster. Dario had not been kidding about his dog trio being even faster than before as she watched him pull even further away. Soon the pack began to thin as more and more riders were eliminated. Wildfire saw that he needed to catch Dario and put on an added burst of speed, kicking up to 110 miles per hour. He couldn't go any faster as they were now entering a treacherous canyon, riddled with huge boulders and ditches. Laura carefully maneuvered the Rapidash around the obstacles as she saw another few riders stumble and crash into the ground. From his lookout point, Ranma could see that his horse and Laura were doing well, but Dario had a commanding lead. The jerk had the advantage of knowing the terrain, and Laura was forced to slow her mount down to guide him through the narrow passages and turns. Ranma had no time to familiarize his Rapidash with the course, and right now, Laura was Wildfire's only means of guidance. Raiden's trainer frowned as he saw Dario's dog trio cross the wide river that lay across the racecourse. Using the large stones that formed a pathway across the waters, it took them only a few seconds to get to the other side. About 20 seconds later, Laura was seen racing toward the riverbank. The announcer gasped as the scene was shown on the giant monitor that displayed the race to the audience. Oh! Laura Laramie is heading toward the river, but at the speed she's going, she and Wildfire are in danger of falling in. And we all know how fire-type Pokémon are vulnerable to water. It was true. Wildfire had no intention of stopping as he increased his speed. Laura tried to make her mount slow down so they could navigate the stepping stones laid out for them. Wildfire, please slow down. The Rapidash gave whinny as he suddenly accelerated to 140 miles per hour and then made a huge running broad jump. Laura clung onto him for dear life as he traversed halfway across the river. Wildfire then made a landing on one of the stones, then with a flash of key energy and no loss of momentum, propelled forward like a rocket and landed on the opposite bank. He then dashed off after Dario. Oh fans! That was amazing! Wildfire had just cleared the river into jumps, a distance of more than 400 meters. Whoever Wildfire's trainer is, he must be really proud of his Pokémon right now. Ranma smirked at the compliment from the radio he carried as he continued to watch the race. Dario had begun to slow down as he started running the mountain pathways. The steep hillsides made it hard for the dog trio to get a stable foothold. He then caught sight of Laura gaining on him as his Rapidash blazed a fiery trail behind him. Perhaps Laura didn't need his help to win this race. His opinion soon changed as Raiden started tugging at his left pants leg. Pikachu. He looked down at the electric rodent who was twaddling in the distance toward another ridge that overlooked one turn of the racecourse. Dario passed under it as Laura came into sight of it. He then saw a glint of metal as sunlight reflected off it. He trained his binoculars on the light and gasped as he saw what it was. Damn! I knew Dario wouldn't play fair. The big-tailed boy gestured to his Pidgeotto as they were too far away. Wind Rider, take out that guy on that ridge. The bird Pokémon took off and flew toward the ridge. On the ridge, one of Dario's thugs had a tranquilizer gun aimed directly at Wildfire's hindquarters. He was just waiting for the horse to come within range and, Pikachu. The thug was startled by the squawk and then saw a flash of light at the corner of his eyes. As he looked up, twin beams of key energy blasted the rifle out of his hands. Before he could react, Wind Rider dive-bombed him and knocked him off his feet. One blast of compressed air and Dario's man was out cold. Good work, Wind Rider. Ranma smiled as he saw Laura and Wildfire pass by the ridge in safety. As they were getting toward the halfway point, Ranma gestured for his Pokemon to follow him as he went down a narrow path that would take them to where Laura and Dario would be. At the halfway mark, near the entrance to another canyon, only Dario and Laura were left in the race, as the other riders were too far behind to have any chance of winning. As with last year, the Pokemon could only continue on after consuming some food that had been laid out for them. Dario became frustrated as the three heads of his dog trio began fighting over which one would eat first. Dang! This thing happened last year. He looked up and saw that his rival and Pokemon had come onto the scene and made their way toward a trough. He was especially surprised to see Vermont gobble up the food like a vacuum cleaner. In less than a minute, Wildfire had consumed the entire thing and was ready to race off again. Hey! When you're able to go over 200 miles per hour, you burn up a lot of calories. Ugh. I ain't going to lose this year. He then let off a whistle to signal his, or rather Ace's, in the hole. Ranma and his Pokemon had just gotten to the scene when he heard several explosions. He then saw some strange projectiles flying through the air, exploding into thick clouds of fog, obscuring visibility. The people at the stadium were puzzled, as the giant monitor showed nothing but dense fog and static. Back at the canyon, Ranma was wondering just what was going on, when he heard some ominous and sickening theme music. Oh no! Not again! What are these guys? A franchise? Sure enough, two figures appeared the smokescreen and took a pose. Both were dressed in Team Rocket uniforms. One was a girl with short blonde hair in a short cropped hairstyle, while the other was a guy that looked like her twin brother. Don't cause us trouble, or we'll pay you back double. To subject the world and cause a devastation. To raise our position to a whole new station. To annihilate the goodness of truth and love. To extend our rule to the heavens above. Bully, the girl announced. Kid, the boy followed. Team Rocket, destroying all good within our sight. Surrender now, for it is useless to fight. Hitmonchan. A new Pokemon showed up in front of them. Ranma let off a dejected sigh, but then became interested at the appearance of a new Pokemon. *HIDMONCHAN, a fighting-type Pokemon. It is very proficient in boxing and it has a very fast punch. Dario smiled as he said to the new Team Rocket, "Okay, I paid you guys a lot of money and I expect you to do a better job than that other Team Rocket." "No problem," Kid replied as he and Billy threw out several Pokeballs. Each device opened up and released a Blastoise. The heavy turtles began aiming their water cannons at Wildfire and his rider. Laura pulled on the reins and the horse took a few steps back. "Dario, you're nothing but a big cheater." She could tell that Wildfire was really nervous at the moment. One Blastoise he could take. A dozen of them was another story. I do what I have to win. See you at the finish line, if you make it. Dario let off a sneering laugh as he urged his dog trio toward the canyon. Billy and Kid looked down at their cornered victim and were about to give the order for their Blastoises to open fire with their cannons. MOKODAKADISHA. The two became startled by the sudden shout as Ranma's voice echoed out. They were wondering whom it was when two balls of blue energy flashed and blasted into them, knocking them off their feet. With their trainers momentarily out of the way and not giving any orders, the Blastoises stood there and waited. Suddenly they heard a squawk from overhead and saw that a Pidgeotto was circling above them. The bird began spinning around and released huge winds that blew the clouds of smoke back into the faces of the water Pokémon. They became temporarily blinded and began firing their water cannons wildly, drenching each other with their weapons. This is what Ranma and Raiden had expected as they both began powering up for a massive twin Thunder Blast bomb attack. Ranma glanced over to the side and saw that his Sandslash was throwing key blasts to deflect any stray water that got too close to Wildfire. Laura, get going. We'll take care of these jerks. Win the race. But Laura was unable to finish as Wildfire understood his master's command and began galloping off after Dario. Above their heads, Raiden and Ranma had just created huge balls of electrical energy, just as Wind Rider stopped using his gust attacks and the smoke cleared. Blastoise? The lead turtle said with confusion. Double team Pikachu and the blast bomb. Pikachu. KBOM. Billy and Kid were just regaining consciousness when they saw a gigantic flash of electrical energy and wondered if a big lightning bolt had struck near them. They suddenly heard the screams of their Blastoises as they were subjected to more than 200,000 volts. Being wet from their water cannons had caused all that power to be conducted right through them. The two Team Rocket members were in total shock, though not as much as their Pokémon. Their entire group of Blastoises was now sprawled on the ground and out of action. Knowing that they were now at a serious disadvantage, they now noticed that someone was missing. "Hey, where's Hitmonchan?" Billy asked. She was answered a moment later as they heard their Pokémon screaming as he flew through the air and slammed into a wall next to them. The boxing Pokémon had gotten into a scuffle with Ranma's Makup. Guess who won? Hitmonchan. The pugilistic Pokémon slid painfully into the ground and was out like the Blastoises. Makup. Bruiser appeared from one side, his face displaying a wide smile as he dusted off his hands. Hitmonchan were good at punching, but never learned to use their legs. One key-powered Mega Kick was all that was needed. Now then, Ranma and his Pokémon began to advance on their adversaries. WW, who are you? Kid asked fearfully as he and Billy backed up against a wall. Say hello to Butch, Cassidy, Bonnie and Clyde for me when you see them. Ranma smirked as he cracked his knuckles. The Macaque did the same as he and the others began powering up their battlers. This was going to be messy. We now close the curtain on this scene of intense and gratuitous violence to protect our younger readers. Meanwhile, Dario was ecstatic as his dog trio emerged from the canyon, and was now heading back toward the stadium. There was no way he could lose. Then he heard the sounds of a horse coming from the exit of the canyon. He looked back and saw a blazing ball of flame approaching in the distance. "Oh no, you don't, Laura. Not this time." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device. Pressing down on the activator button, he smiled as he heard the detonations of the explosions he had Team Rocket planned at the exit of the canyon to prevent anyone else from getting through. Ranma and his Pokemon were just finishing putting Billy and Kid into Lolo Land when they too heard the explosions. Ranma became concerned as he heard an ominous rumbling in the distance. It felt familiar and he thought back to the time that he was trapped in that cave. There was nothing more that he and his Pokemon could do to help Laura now. It was all up to her and Wildfire. Win, Wildfire. Win. Laura gasped as she saw the exit to the canyon suddenly become blocked by a huge boulder. Wildfire was still going at over 150 miles per hour and they were less than a few hundred meters from the blocked-off passage. There was no time to stop, so Wildfire did the only thing he could do. He sped up while focusing his ki into his aura to protect his rider. His horn began to glow with an intense light as he leveled it down in front of him. Laura tried desperately to get Wildfire to slow down, but then remembered what Ranma had told her about the Rapidash's special attacks. She nodded and braced herself as close to the horse's back as possible. "Blazing Horn Charge!" Laura cried out. Wildfire sped forward and plowed into the huge boulder, causing it to explode into gravel, thereby clearing the way for them to get out. The battle of the horse deflected off the fragments of the rock, and protected the girl. Without slowing down, the Rapidash poured on the speed to catch up with the dog trio, who had just entered the home stretch. The announcer caught sight of Dario as he neared the stadium. "Well, fans, it looks like Dario and his dog trio will become this year's winner and, hold on. What is that?" The camera panned over and showed a comet streaking across the plains and heading toward the stadium. The crowd let off a cheer as the cameras focused in and gave the image of Laura Laramie as she held on for dear life. Wildfire was going full out at more than 200 miles per hour and was quickly catching up to the trio. "No! I can't lose now!" Dario urged his mount to go full out. He was less than 1,000 meters from the finish line. He was so close that he could taste it. Ranma was now flying through the air toward the stadium as his Pidgeotto gripped him by his shoulders and carried Raiden on his back. Through intense training, Wind Rider could carry weights that exceeded his own for several miles. Ranma had left Team Rocket and their Pokemon tied up back at the canyon and planned to call the law after the race to pick them up. The big-tailed boy looked down through his binoculars and frowned. Despite Wildfire's tremendous output of speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to Dario before he crossed the finish line. The dog trio was less than 500 meters and Laurel was still more than a kilometer away. Wildfire kept on pushing himself to go faster. He just had to win. He had returned to the place of his birth and was reunited with an old friend, and she was depending on him to beat Dario. Ranma had shown him kindness and taught him to be strong. Everything was riding on him. He couldn't let them down. He couldn't. Wildfire reached into his innermost strength and pulled forth more speed. Laurel was too busy holding on and shutting her eyes to notice as Wildfire began to radiate more power and its fiery mane and tail turned from red to a blue-white hue. The horse began burning up the ground, leaving a blazing trail of fire of not flame, but pure ki energy. A kind of corona of light surrounded the horse, making it appear like a blazing blue meteor. The earth also made a pocket of air around Wildfire, making it possible for Laura and the horse to breathe and survive the effects of air friction. Suddenly, Wildfire's speed jumped up to 300 miles per hour. The crowds gasped in amazement as Wildfire shot forward in a second and overtook Dario's dog trio when it was less than 100 meters away from victory. The three-headed bird staggered as it was caught in Wildfire's jet wash. By some miracle, it managed to stay on its feet, but it was too late. Wildfire had crossed the finish line and kept on going. The crowds let off an enthusiastic cheer, which then became silent as Laura overshot the stadium. Ranma stared in amazement as his Pikachu flapped his wings furiously to follow the Rapidash as it disappeared over the horizon. Some distance away, Wildfire had finally managed to stop after overshooting the stadium by at least 5 miles. The horse was totally exhausted and was about ready to drop as Laura stood beside the Rapidash. She was in total awe as she beheld the vibrant colors of his mane and tail against the setting rays of the Sunday. Ranma raised you well, Wildfire. Thank you. Both turned to see Wind Rider setting Ranma and Raiden down on the ground. In the distance, camera crews in their vans and other cars began converging at the spot. Soon crowds of enthusiastic fans and reporters surrounded the two as the judges came up to present her with the winner's flag. Congratulations, Laura Laramie. You and Wildfire are this year's Pokemon Challenge winners. Laura smiled as she pulled Ranma into the spotlight with her. I couldn't have done it without this trainer's help and his Rapidash. This year's Ranma Sodom, and I'm pleased to proclaim him an honorary member of the Laramie clan. Ranma became flabbergasted at the announcement as he timidly waved hello to the people watching him on TV. He wasn't used to all this publicity, but figured that it wouldn't hurt. Little did he know that two people in particular had become very excited at the sight of him. They also felt a little bit of jealousy at the sight of the Laramie clinging onto Ranma's arm and snuggling close. With that in mind, they began making a beeline towards the safari zone. A day later, Ranma nodded as he and Laura rode on their Rapidashes toward the edge of the safari zone. It was time for them to part ways. He had considered leaving Wildfire at the Big P Ranch, since he seemed so happy running with the other fire horses, But as soon as he suggested it, the Rapidash shook his head and nuzzled him. It was great to be back at its place of birth, but Wildfire knew that his place was beside his master's side. Laura may have raised him in the beginning, but Ranma was the one he was truly meant to be with. Wildfire's show of loyalty almost made Ranma burst out into tears, but he managed to control himself. Barely. Are you sure you won't stay with us, Ranma? I mean, you're a great fire horse trainer. I'll bet you could make all of our pony cows and Rapidash as strong as Wildfire. She also turned away a bit when she felt her cheeks reddening a bit. The thought of Ranma being at the ranch all the time made her think of very intimate thoughts. Thanks, but number I'm just like Wildfire and I'd feel pretty cooped up staying in one place too long. I'm on a Pokemon journey after all. Besides, I'm sure that you could raise your horses to be really strong without my help. You rode Wildfire well enough. I think you'll do fine. Laura blinked back at her as she took a deep breath and said, All right, if that's what you want. But know that you'll always be welcomed at the Big P Ranch, Ranma. Good luck. She then leaned over and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Ranma held up a hand to touch his cheek while blushing a bit. Smothering the surprising warmth, he smiled and waved goodbye as he urged his steed down the path to the safari zone. Laura wiped away a tear as she directed her Rapidash back toward the lands of the Big P Ranch. When she got to the main house, she was informed that the girls had arrived on a Fearow and a Rapidash and were looking for a certain Pokemon trainer with a pigtail and a Pikachu. To be continued. Author's notes for those of you who thought I should have had Laura become another one of Ranma's sweeters. Well, she's got a ranch to handle, so she doesn't have time to go chasing after Ranma. Then again, she may just turn up in the near future. Jeanette and Sam are now closing in on Ranma and it won't be long before the fireworks begin. As for the sixth Pokemon, it will be along in the next couple of chapters or so. Asterisk Chapter 11 Asterisk Chapter 11 Class Acts Fist of the Pikachu. Disclaimer, don't blame me. I just write the stuff. Asterisk Asterisk Thoughts Chapter 11 Class Acts. Well, Ranma, it's been some time since I last heard from you. Professor Oak was chatting on the video phone with Ranma after the martial artist had made it out of the safari zone and was now at a roadside Pokemon Center near another town. Where are you calling from? Ranma shrugged as he replied. I'm not sure. I just got out of the safari zone and I can't find out where I am on the map you gave me. Oh? I thought that you could read it with no problems. Well, it's hard to follow a map when your mode of transport is going too fast to read the road signs. What do you mean? I thought that Wildfire was fast before. But after a couple of days ago, he suddenly got even faster. I think it was from that race he was in. Race? The good professor held his chin in thought, then said, Say, you wouldn't happen to be referring to the Pokemon Challenge race they held at the Big P Ranch a week ago, are you? Yeah. How did you know about that? Ranma asked. I'm surprised that you didn't hear about it. Look here. Professor Oak held up a magazine to the view screen. The main article depicted a photograph of Laura Laramie speeding past the finish line on Wildfire. At the bottom, the banner read, "RAPIDASH clocked at 300 miles per hour. A new POKMONLAND speed record." Ranma stared in disbelief as Oak smiled at him. "I must admit, it surprised me when I received the news. The article said that the writer was using a borrowed Pokemon and your name was mentioned. That was your Rapidash, wasn't it?" Yeah, it was." Ranma wasn't sure about this unexpected publicity. He had been spending most of the week training with his Pokemon in the Safari Zone, so he had not heard the news. "Congratulations, Ranma. I don't think anyone could have trained a Rapidash better." "Well, I can't take all the credit," Ranma replied. "Wildfire kind of did that on his own. I still don't know how he managed that drastic increase in speed. He hasn't been able to do that again since then." "Now don't be modest, Ranma. Your Pokemon couldn't have achieved that victory without your training, I guess." Ranma then looked behind him as he saw Nurse Joy approach him with his Pokeballs on a tray. "Here you are. Your Pokemon have all been refreshed and are ready to go." Raiden gave Ranma a wave as he trotted up while adjusting his headband. "Pikachu." Ranma nodded to his electric mouse. "Hey Raiden." He then took his Pokeballs from Nurse Joy and asked her a question. "Excuse me, but where exactly does this road lead?" He pointed toward the highway outside the center. "Oh, that road leads to Stone Town." Nurse Joy gave Ranma a pleasant smile as she patted Raiden on the head. "We happen to be 10 miles from Evolution Mountain." "Evolution Mountain?" "Yes. Evolution Mountain is a good place to get stones to evolve Pokemon." She pointed to Ranma's Waterstone pendant. "Like that Waterstone around your neck." Ranma looked down at his pendant, then nodded his thanks to Nurse Joy. "Thanks." Nurse Joy smiled again as she went off to continue her rounds. Ranma turned back to the phone. "Did she say Stone Town?" Professor Oak asked excitedly. "Yeah. Is there something special about it?" Ranma asked. "Now there's an understatement." Oak nodded with enthusiasm. "Not only is Stone Town famous for its high-quality evolution stones, but it is also going to be holding a Pokemon convention this week." "A convention?" "Yes. I'd say that this would be a good opportunity for you to learn more about handling your Pokemon. Trainers from all over will be coming to Stone Town in the next few days. I'm going there myself in a couple of days to give a lecture on Pokemon evolution. I hear that students from Pokemon Tech will be going there on a field trip." "Pokemon Tech?" "Yes. It's a special Pokemon school that allows some trainers to learn about Pokemon without having to go around on a journey and collect gym badges. If they graduate, they automatically become eligible to enter the Pokemon League. Beginners have the same level as 2 badges, intermediate classes have 4 and advanced classes are the same as 6. Once students receive their diplomas, they have the same bearing as those who have earned 8 badges. It's very convenient for trainers who cannot leave home. Well, I guess I could check it out. Ranma scratched the back of his head. Oh, and there's one more thing I should tell you. Okaded. There will be a special seminar and exhibition match held there as well. The guest speaker will be Prima from the Orange Islands. Who? You don't know who Prima is? Oh, that's right. Of course you don't. Well, Prima happens to be the premier Pokemon trainer and lecturer of the Orange Archipelago. She an excellent trainer and you would do well to listen to any advice she gives. She'll be speaking on the pros and cons of evolving Pokemon and giving the exhibition match. Ranma becomes deep in thought as he considers the idea of going to the convention. Asterisk, why not? It's not like I have anywhere else to go. It'll be a while before I can get back on course to Saffron City. I'm always ready to learn new stuff. It'll be good to see Professor Oak too. I guess we could stop by and check it out for a few days. Asterisk, he then nodded to Oak. All right, Professor. I might take you up on that. Anyway, we got to get going now. It's been good talking with you, Ranma. I hope to see you at the convention. A while later, Ranma and Raiden were blazing down the highway on a beeline towards Stone Town. Meanwhile, asterisk, I can't believe that I was so close to catching up with him! Asterisk, Sam Wrecker was flying high on her Firo as she read the flyer in her hand. The paper had the image of Prima in a victory pose with a Pokeball in her hand. Below was the banner in large, bright red letters, inviting all trainers to come to Stone Town for the convention. Asterisk HMMM. Well, since I can't find him, I might as well take some time off and relax. This convention at Stone Town seems like a good place to go to. I've always wanted to meet with Prima. Asterisk, let's go, Firo. And in another direction, Jeanette Fisher was sitting near a stream as her Rapidash rested from a long day's ride. She too was also holding a flyer in her hand that invited all trainers to visit Stone Town. A day later, Ranma and Raiden exited their hotel room and decided to head toward an open area near the edge of Stone Town. The town was bustling with street vendors, souvenir booths and whatnot as the crowds of people anxiously awaited the arrival of Prima. Banners, flags and other decorations were hung all over the place. The famous Pokemon trainer was set to arrive the next day and crowds of people were pouring in by the busload. Ranma had noted that morning a school bus with the name Pokemon Tech on its side, rumbling into the hotel parking lot. None of this really mattered to Ranma. Though the sights were nice, he wanted to get away from the noise and commotion and get in some training sessions with his Pokemon before Prima's arrival. He decided to have his sparring matches outside of the town and had staked out a relatively deserted area the day before. As he and his Pikachu neared their destination, Ranma took out 3 of his Pokeballs and tossed them. Razor and Bruiser were soon walking alongside of them while Wind Rider flew overhead. The big-tailed martial artist had decided to let Wildfire rest as he had been doing some hard riding for the past week. Oh crud! When the group arrived at the spot, Ranma groaned as he saw large groups of people and their Pokemon already there. Apparently, other trainers had gotten the same idea and had arrived early to practice in hopes of challenging Prima. There were several trainers already involved in separate matches as crowds formed around them to watch. The anything-goes martial artist and Pokemon trainer sighed as he led his Pokemon around the throngs of people, searching in vain for a suitable area to train, preferably away from the crowds. However, he soon realized how futile it was, and decided instead to watch some matches to compare techniques and get more information on certain types of Pokemon. One match caught his attention, as a group of students in school uniforms were crowded around a pair of trainers. Ranma recognized the students from the bus that had arrived that morning from Pokemon Tech. As he and his Pokemon made their way to the front of the crowd, he saw a young girl of about 12 or so, as she directed her Graveler against a star-shaped Pokemon. *STARYU, a starfish Pokemon. The large gem in its center is often sought after for jewelry. It has a powerful water gun attack. Ranma shrugged as he put away his Pokédex. Beside him, a couple of boys in school uniforms were cheering on the girl. Go get him, Gizmo. Ranma was a bit intrigued as he remembered what Professor Oak had told him about rock-type Pokemon being weak against water types. He then smirked as he remembered Billy Barton sneering at him when Raiden went up against his Golem. It was from experience that any opponent could be defeated, regardless of what was normally expected. It was just a matter of using the right techniques. Story's trainer called out, "STARYU, water gun." Gazelle gave a small laugh as she watched Story let loose with a torrent of water. She nodded to her Graveler and the evolved form of a Geodude leapt up and charged at its opponent in a spinning tackle. The water simply splashed off its rocky surface and Story's trainer gasped as it collided with the large gem of the starfish Pokemon. The polished surface cracked under the impact and Story was sent flying backward. Oh no! Story's trainer rushed over to where his Pokemon had fallen and cradled it. He then looked up at the triumphant Gazelle and her Graveler. But rock types are supposed to be weak against water. True, but my Graveler has so much experience, it can be the water type. Gazelle replied smugly as her classmates gave her a round of applause. She then asked, "So who else would like to challenge me?" There was a bit of a silence in the people who had observed the quick match. Ranma looked around and wondered why no one was answering her challenge. It was then that he noticed a woman approach the sidelines. She was wearing a mini-skirt and blouse outfit with low-heeled shoes. She was wearing dark sunglasses and a sun hat. On her shoulders she carried a small purse. She had purple hair that was mostly hidden under her hat. It was obvious that she spent much of her time outdoors, judging by her athletic figure. She held up a Pokeball and said, "I'll take up your challenge." Ranma noted that she had a calm and serene attitude, much like water flowing down a gentle stream. One boy beside Ranma snickered as he commented, "Boy, she's really in for a fight." "Why's that?" Ranma asked. "Pika Gazelle happens to be the top student in our advanced class at Pokemon Tech," the boy replied. Remembering what Professor Oak had told him, Ranma nodded. "So that means she's got the same ranking as having 6 badges, right?" The student nodded. "Yeah. She started training her Pokemon hard after that kid beat her Cubone a year ago. She's never lost a match since then. So, do you think she'll win this time?" "I don't see why not, especially with what her opponent is using." The boy gestured toward the match as the stranger tossed out her Pokeball. "Go DWGONG. DWGONG, the evolved form of SEL. This Pokemon is very adept at swimming and is quite powerful in the water. It has an extreme disadvantage on land. Seeing how clumsy looking the Pokemon seemed to be on land, Gazelle thought that this would be an easy win. "Graveler, take down attack." The rock Pokemon charged at its opponent, intent on squashing it flat. However, to everyone's surprise, the Dugong rolled to the right, just as the Graveler was about to smash into it. It then used its tail to trip up the charging Pokemon. Graveler couldn't stop its momentum and went tumbling off. Ranma noticed that the stranger's expression became harder, as if she had become ice. DWGONG, Ice Beam. The seal Pokemon lowered its head and twanked its horn at Graveler and protected back. Its horn glowed with a blue-white light and released a beam of intense cold. Graveler became encased in a block of ice. The mass slid to a stop as Dugong pressed its advantage and leapt forward in a tackle attack. The horn made contact and smashed the rock Pokemon out of the ice and into unconsciousness. Gazelle let off a gasp of shock as her classmates all had their jaws hanging open. The stranger became serene again as she held up her Pokemon and recalled Dugong. "That was a good match, but it seems that you made the same mistake as your previous opponent did. You underestimated my Pokemon because of what you learned in school. You forgot your own words. If a Pokemon has enough experience, it can overcome any of its natural weaknesses." Gazelle could only sink to her knees and gazed at the fallen Pokemon. "Graveler, good try. Come back." When the Pokemon was recalled, she then looked up at her opponent. "I can't believe I lost the match." The woman gave the girl a smile and replied, "Don't worry about it. Losing is another part of the learning process. How can you become a proper Pokemon trainer if you cannot learn from your mistakes? Perhaps we'll bat again." She then gave her a small wave and walked away. Ranma became very interested in this newcomer and walked after her. His Pokemon went after their master. The woman noted them following her and waited until they came to a relatively open area before turning to face them. "Yes, can I help you?" Ranma stopped and gave her a slight nod. "I just wanted to congratulate you on your win, and that I really agree with what you said back there. Pikachu. Raiden agreed. The other Pokemon nodded their agreement as well. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet with someone who understands the value of experience and to look for new ways of overcoming your opponent. And you are? Oh, sorry about that. The name's Ranma. He gestured to his Pokemon. This is Raiden, Bruiser, Razor and Wind Rider. He also took out the Pokeball that contained his Rapidash. This is Wildfire. I see. Well, I must admit that you have some very fine-looking Pokemon. She knelt down to stroke Razor on its head. Slash. Razor liked the way her hand was rubbing against him. She had just the right touch. Although, I must admit that it is a bit odd that you let your Pokemon run free like this. Ranma shrugged as he said, yeah, well I don't really care to keep them in their Pokeballs for too long. The only reason why I'm keeping Wildfire in is because he needs the rest from all the traveling that we've done. He's the best Rapidash a guy could ever ask for. The woman smiled. A Rapidash? Well, I'm impressed. It's not easy training a Ponyta, much less its evolved form. Ranma shrugged again. Yeah, well Wildfire and I have been through a lot together. We've all been through a lot. Slash. Razor agreed. Knock up. Pikachu. Pikachu. The strange woman smiled as she asked, so tell me, Ranma, how many badges have you won? Are these all the Pokemon that you have? Ranma scratched his head and smiled weakly. Well, I've got 4 badges and 5 Pokemon. I only started as a trainer about 2 months ago. 4 badges in 2 months, the woman said with a thoughtful look. Not a bad start. Although, I would have expected you to have caught the required 6 Pokemon by now. Ranma laughed with a bit of an embarrassed edge. Well, I wouldn't exactly say that I caught these Pokemon. They, kinda, got attached to me when I first found them. Ranma then bolstered up his confidence and said, in any case, I'm looking forward to meeting with this Prima person when she comes in. I'd like to have a match with her and maybe pick up some pointers. I haven't lost a match yet. Ranma said the last part with a bit of pride. The woman regarded him with a strange look, then replied, who knows? Perhaps you might get a chance. I hear that she's due to arrive early tomorrow morning. She's scheduled to give her a lecture and an exhibition match at 5 p.m. Will you be there? You bet. Will you be there as well? The woman smiled as she said, I can guarantee it. I'll see you there. The woman then waved her goodbyes as she walked off to head back to her hotel. A few minutes later, she entered a hotel that was ironically the same one that Ranma was staying at. At the time, there was no one in the main lobby except for the hotel clerk. She then took off her sun hat and sunglasses, giving her head a toss to shake out her purple hair. She then reached into her purse and took out a pair of round-lensed glasses and then smiled to the clerk. Welcome back, Prima. The clerk greeted with a smile. Did anyone recognize you? Mumber, Prima replied. I'm glad that I caught that early flight here. It gave me a chance to observe the other trainers in action and decide who I could face off in my exhibition bout tomorrow. Have you decided on your opponent? Yes, I have. I'll be expecting him tomorrow at the seminar. She then went toward the elevator while replacing her glasses back into her purse and putting on her hat and shades. As she rode the elevator, her thoughts went back to her meeting with Ranma. She could feel something was special about him. She could tell that he had a very good relationship with his Pokemon, though he was still relatively inexperienced. After all, he only had 4 badges and 5 Pokemon. He sounded very eager to face off against her and reminded her of another brash young trainer she met on Mandarin Island. Ranma seemed to be very confident with his skills, but so was Ash Ketchum. After beating his Pikachu, Ash received a very big lesson in humility. Prima thought that Ranma could benefit from the same lesson. It's not like he had anything that could beat her, right? Meanwhile, 2 girls arrived in Stone Town late that afternoon and each checked into a different hotel. Both were excited at the prospect of meeting the famous Prima. In another part of town, 3 shadowy figures were speaking in a video phone booth. On the screen, Giovanni were giving his instructions. Do you understand your orders? Tomorrow at the seminar, the highest quality of evolution stones will be on display. Furthermore, the famous trainer Prima will also be on hand with her Pokemon. You are to steal those stones and her Pokemon. They'll be among the strongest specimens in the world. Yes, boss. The 3 members acknowledged. The next day, the main auditorium where the seminar was to be held became packed to the brim. Ranma had managed to get a seat near the front rows, but had to put his other Pokemon back in their Pokeballs, since it was so crowded. As of now, his Pikachu sat on his shoulder as his trainer just barely managed to squeeze in. In front of the huge audience was a large open stage with a glass case near the speaker's podium on the left side. Inside the case was an impressive array of water, thunder, grass, moon and firestones. Behind the stage was a large theater screen on the wall. Ranma looked around as he waited for the seminar to begin. Near the middle, he saw 3 brothers that looked similar except that they each had different hairstyles of red, blue and yellow. Beside them was a much younger boy of around 9 or so and assumed that he must be their younger sibling. Hey, looks like the battling Eevee brothers are here too. One person remarked as he said to his companion while pointing toward the 4 brothers. I wonder if they're going to be the ones to battle Prima. The other said. Who knows? She might just take on all 3 forms of their Eevees. I don't know if she can beat a Jolteon, Flareon and a Vaporeon. And that little brother's an evolved Eevee is pretty tough too. Ranma took out his Pokédex. He knew about Flareon, but those other forms were new to him. Asterisk Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. It can evolve into one of 3 types, depending on which stone is used on it. A water stone will give a Vaporeon, the Bubbleged Pokemon. A thunderstone will yield Jolteon, the electric Pokemon. A firestone will yield ethylarion, the flame POKMO and asterisk. After reviewing the information, Ranma then looked up as someone was walking up toward the stage. He smiled as he recognized the individual and waved to him. "Hey, Professor Oak. Pikachu." Professor Oak caught sight of Ranma and waved back to him before ascending the stage and went to the speaker's podium. He then spoke into the microphone to get everyone's attention. At the same time, the huge view screen lit up and depicted the professor on the huge monitor. "Good afternoon. Welcome to this year's Pokemon convention. I'm Professor Oak, and it's good to see that so many trainers and gym leaders have come here today." There was a big round of applause. As you all know, this year's theme is based on the question of whether or not one should evolve one's Pokemon. We will about how to go about handling Pokemon and different training methods. So without further ado, let me introduce our first expert in the field of Pokology. Our first guest speaker is Professor Westwood. There was another round of applause as an old, balding man with a big nose came on stage. The seminar went along smoothly as Ranma listened to what each speaker had to say. Now normally, if it didn't have anything to do with martial arts, Ranma would have dropped off to sleep. However, the seminar was all about Pokemon, and since Pokemon attacks were now a part of his anything goes style, there was enough to keep Ranma's attention. He also picked up a few pointers about Pokemon care as well, which would benefit his Pokemon greatly. Some noted speakers were Professor Ivy, some geeky nerd named Seymour, one of the Elite Four Pokemon trainers named Bruno, Charles Goodshow, a guy named Bill, and of course several dozen Nurse Joys. The view screen went alive as it depicted the effects of evolution stones and the attacks of certain Pokemon. Ranma was soon thinking about how to duplicate those very skills. He was especially interested in creating the Hyper Beam and Solar Beam. Eventually, the main event had finally arrived when Professor Oak announced, "And now, for our final guest speaker, let me introduce you to one of the finest Pokemon experts in the world. Coming all the way from the Orange Islands, please give a warm welcome to Prima." There was a thunderous roar as the entire audience gave the trainer a standing ovation. The person in question walked in from offstage and waved to the masses. Ranma's eyes widened as he recognized Prima from the day before as she removed her shades, and yet he wasn't the only one. Back near the rear of the crowd, Gazelle and her classmates gasped as they saw Prima come on stage. Prima smiled as she took to the podium and said, "Thank you all for inviting me here to participate in this year's Pokemon convention. It is good to be here in Stone Town." Prima put on her glasses and then began her own lecture on Pokemon. As she discussed the importance of being empathic toward one's Pokemon, Ranma found himself agreeing with some of her points. He also noticed that she was once again as calm as gently flowing water. She was so different when battling others, and he likened her attitude to a balance between two different personalities. She certainly knew her yang from her yin. Finally though, the moment everyone was waiting for had arrived. After concluding with her lecture, she then called out to the audience, "And now, I would like to demonstrate some of the battle techniques that I had discussed today. Yesterday, I had been in disguise as I met several of the trainers that are gathered here today. I will now conclude this convention by engaging in an exhibition match with one of the trainers in the audience. And I see that my opponent is here today." The people in the audience all seemed to lean forward to hear the name of whoever would battle Prima. The famous Pokemon trainer gestured toward the man in the rafters operating the main spotlight. The light swiveled down and shone on top of Ranma. "Will the young man with the Pikachu that has a headband please come forward?" As soon as they heard this, Jeanette and Sam both looked up from their seats and saw the Ranma's face on the big monitor. "Ranma!" both cried out as they saw him being urged forward by the rest of the crowds. Ranma was a bit more than nervous at being singled out as he was led toward the front. He had been chosen to battle Prima in front of all these people. Looks he got his wish to battle her, though he would have preferred a less public scene. Prima waited for the crowds to calm down then spoke through the microphone. "Please, tell us your name and your experience as a Pokemon trainer." Ranma was handed a small microphone by one of the stage hands and said, It's Ranma Sodom. I've been a trainer for about 2 months now and I've got 4 badges." "I see." Prima nodded as she stepped down from the podium to face off against him. The stage hands then used the overhead mics to catch their conversation and broadcast it to the audience while the screen depicted them. "And have you ever lost a match?" Some of Ranma's pride and confidence came back to him as he said, "So far, Mumber, well, you must think of yourself as a good trainer." Prima said with a smile, though her thoughts were more along the lines of, "Prepare to get your tail whipped." "I'd like to think so," Ranma replied while thinking, "I may just show you a thing or two." "Let's find out then," Prima remarked as she took out her first Pokeball. "We shall have a 3-on-3 match. Go JYNX." Ranma narrowed his eyes as the human-looking Pokemon appeared. *JYNX, the human-looking Pokemon. This Pokemon specializes in the lovely Kiss attack and can also use various psychic attacks. Ranma nodded to his Pikachu to move forward. Ever since their encounter with Butch and Cassidy, Ranma had been training his Pokemon in techniques designed to counter psychic attacks. They weren't fully developed yet, but they'll do in a pinch, if they were fast enough. Prima smiled as she looked at Raiden. "Please, feel free to make the first move." "Okay." Ranma nodded to Raiden. The electric rodent began powering up his battle aura. Prima's eyes widened as she saw the mouse begin to glow with a blue light. "What?" "Don't worry," Ranma assured. "Raiden's is just getting psychic up." In the crowds, one person was really worried. She had seen this before, and if Raiden was about to do what she suspected he would do, then Prima was in for the shock of her life. Sam blurted out, "Prima, look out. He's going to lightning tackle attack. Prima caught only a brief glimpse of Raiden as he suddenly shot forward and became a bolt of lightning. Counter with Ariathale. It was too late. Before Jinx could power up her defensive shield, Raiden was already across the stage in less than a heartbeat and slammed into her head, knocking her back. Before she could recover, the Pikachu began raining high-speed punches on her face. It has been Ranma's experience that keeping them dazed and reeling was the best way to prevent psychic Pokemon from launching any mental attacks. Anything goes. Raiden followed through by grabbing one of Jinx's arms, put her into an airplane spin and tossed her up into the air. He leapt up to continue the attack with mid-air combinations. Jinx was already dazed from the first beating and wasn't allowed a second to focus. Prima could only stare in amazement, along with the rest of the crowd as they watched Jinx get pounded. Raiden finally finished as he tossed Jinx back down to the stage. Shock attack. Just as Jinx hit the stage, Raiden's electric sacs powered up and then let loose with a blast of electricity. There was a huge flash as the voltage struck hard into Prima's Pokemon. A huge dust cloud formed from the explosion. Prima and the audience had to turn away from the sudden brightness of the attack. When the smoke cleared, the crowds and especially Prima stared in total disbelief. There was Jinx, embedded in a hole in the stage. The Pokemon had been pummeled into submission and the electric attack had just added insult to injury. Jinx was not getting up anytime soon. Raiden landed beside Jinx and gave his opponent a respectful bow. How did it? Prima was more than stunned. Since when did a Pikachu specialize in physical attacks? And a normal shock attack wouldn't have been able to hurt Jinx like that. That lightning tackle attack was also something new. Ranma shrugged as he motioned to Raiden to rejoin him. Like you said before, with enough experience, any Pokemon can overcome its natural weaknesses and find new ways to defeat an opponent. Psychic Pokemon are strong in both mental and physical attacks, but they're a bit on the slow side with using their physical skills. They also depend too much on their psychic attacks, which makes them more vulnerable when they're not able to focus. I guess I was just lucky that you allowed me the first move, otherwise Jinx would have been able to better defend itself. Prima felt a bit of anger rising in her, then reconsidered Ranma's words. He was right. She had asked for it when she offered him the first move without fully understanding the capabilities of his Pokemon. She had thought there was something different about Ranma, and now he had just proved it. It had been a long time since she lost the first round of a match. This may just prove to be interesting and she was curious at what his other Pokemon can do. She smiled at her opponent as she recalled her Jinx and came out with another Pokeball. I have to admit, you surprised me. It's been a long time since an opponent could catch me off guard like that. Now let's see if you can handle this one. Go SLOWGARO. The Pokeball opened up and the evolved form of a Slowpoke appeared. By now, Prima was taking Ranma a bit more seriously. The big-tailed martial artist could see it in her eyes. She had become like ice again, relentless and unforgiving. SLOWGARO, the evolved form of Slowpoke. When a SHELLDR clamps onto a Slowpoke's tail, Slowpoke evolves and SHELLDR takes on a spiral shape. Slowpoke specializes in various physical and psychic types. Okay, let's go Bruiser. Ranma's Macaque appeared and began charging at his opponent. In the audience, Jeanette watched with interest as she wanted to see what Ranma had taught Macaque since he left Crimson City. Prima knew better than to let Ranma's Pokemon get near as fighting types specialized in close quarters combat. SLOWGARO, disable. Slow, bro. The Slowbro began focusing its psychic powers and released a mental barrier that froze Bruiser in his tracks. Prima smiled as she said to Ranma, "You should know better than to use a fighting-type Pokemon against an opponent that strikes from long distance." SLOWGARO, confusion. Slowbro nodded as it used its telekinetic powers to lift the Macaque off the ground, then slam it back down. It began repeating the process, slamming Bruiser down on the stage several times. Ranma growled as he tried to think of a way to counter Slowbro's assault. Remembering back to the time he fought Rose, he got inspired. Bruiser, meditation technique. Macaque. Bruiser was a bit confused, then remembered back to when Ranma had taught him how to focus his battle aura. As he was being picked up to be smashed against the floor again, the martial arts Pokemon closed his eyes and concentrated. His battle aura began to flare and the crowd became entranced by the bright blue glow. Prima watched in amazement as the Macaque was surrounded by a halo of light. Slowbro stopped in its attack as the strange energies seemed to counter his own mental energies. MOKODAKBISHA. Macaque concentrated hard and was able to slowly overcome the effects of Slowbro's disable attack. It was a strain, but the Pokemon managed to bring his arms forward and focus his ki energies into a sphere before his palms. What's that? Prima had never seen a Macaque do that before. Jeanette gasped as she recognized the attack. It was the same one from before. Ranma had taught Macaque how to do it. Emma, chop. The Ki Blast shot forward and blasted into Slowbro. Since it was so busy using its psychic powers to keep the Macaque aloft, that it didn't have time to erect a defense. The Ki attack exploded and sent Slowbro flying backward. Bruiser landed lightly on his feet as the psychic energies that was holding him was dispersed. Okay. So Slowpoke, why I called you Bruiser. Macaque. The fighting Pokemon wasted no time and was upon his opponent in a second. Just as Slowbro got up, Bruiser began landing punch after high-powered punch on it. Prima was flabbergasted as she saw her Pokemon become a punching bag. She couldn't believe this was happening. Just over a week ago, Slowbro had defeated Macaque with ease, but now its evolved form was pounding the living daylights out of it. She saw that Slowbro would not last much longer. With the Macaque so close and not letting up in its attack, Slowbro couldn't concentrate to use its psychic powers. SLOWGARO. Mega Punch. Slowbro just managed to step back and rear back a fist, which glowed with a bright light. It then brought its fist forward and everyone gasped. "And no way." Sam stuttered. "How?" Jeanette wondered. Prima could only stare. Macop was smiling as he grasped Slowbro's outstretched fist in a vice-like grip with one hand. Though he wasn't as fast as Ranma yet, Bruiser was still quick enough to block Slowbro's mega punch and absorb the energy within it. "Bruiser, finish it off with your Hyper Slam attack." Macop. Slowbro was pulled off its feet and then slammed into the stage via judo throw. Bruiser did not release its arm as he continued to slam his opponent into the stage several more times. Wham! 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 Prima could only watch helplessly as Macop suddenly leapt up high in the air with Slowbro held high over his head. Then Macop dived down with Prima's Pokemon held out in front. The two hit the stage, but Slowbro took the full impact and was embedded into another hole in the stage, causing another dust cloud to be kicked up. When the dust cleared, the Macop was standing triumphantly over his beaten foe. "Slowbro, I don't believe it," Prima mumbled. Slowbro had been one of her stronger Pokemon and this amateur was beating her. However, Bruiser wasn't exactly feeling good either. His body was extremely sore from being slammed repeatedly into the stage and it had large bruises and several cuts all over him. Chop! Ranma ran up to his weakened Pokemon as he pitched forward in exhaustion. Bruiser had taken quite a beating from Slowbro's psychic attacks, and Ranma saw that he was in no shape to continue on. He was going to need some extensive care in the Pokemon Center later on. As the martial artist cradled his Macop in his arms, Bruiser looked up and smiled at his trainer. I'm proud of you, Bruiser. I'm sorry that I put you through that. You'll be alright, I promise you." Chop! Ranma nodded as he set Bruiser down and recalled him back into his Pokeball. He shook his head. He shouldn't have sent Bruiser against that Slowbro. Despite his intense training, the Macop was still relatively inexperienced compared to his other Pokemon. Also, Ranma had yet to develop more effective countermeasures against psychic attacks. Battlers may partially counteract the energies of psychic techniques, but it was only by luck that Macop nailed Slowbro with his Ki Blast, since Prima had not expected something like that. This was the first time that his Pokemon had suffered badly, and though Bruiser had won, the cost was pretty high. "I'm very impressed," Prima said with awe. Ranma took a deep breath, then walked back to his side. He then turned around and said in an emotionless voice, "Let's finish this." Prima could see the determination in his eyes and nodded. For some reason, this was no longer a demonstration match. He was like her now, unrelenting and focused on one thing, victory. However, she was like ice during a battle. He on the other hand was like a smoldering volcano, just waiting to erupt. They were polar opposites, fire and ice, hot and cold. With a nod, she threw out her third Pokeball. "Go CLOIS dear." The huge clam Pokemon appeared before them. Ranma gazed at it for a moment, then brought out his Pokemon. Go Razor! Prima saw the sand splash and thought to herself, ground type. Normally supposed to be weak against water types, but after what I've seen, I wouldn't bet on it. It seems that this trainer doesn't follow the normal rules of engagement and has figured out ways to overcome the natural weaknesses of each of his Pokemon. I'm going to have to go all out on this one. CLOYS dear. Multiple water gun attack. The bivalve Pokemon opened up its shell and released 5 streams of water at very high pressure. Ranma snapped his fingers and Razor smashed into the surface of the stage and began digging. He was soon underground before the streams of water could touch him. The floor rumbled as the mouse Pokemon began tunneling his way toward Cloyster. CLOYS dear. Withdraw. Prime knew that the sand slash would emerge somewhere near her Pokemon and attack. Surely Cloyster's thick shell would protect it. After all, it could withstand a bomb. As if on cue, Razor exploded out from the ground beside Cloyster, just as it closed its shell. Razor. BUZZSAW barrage. The mouse curled up into a ball and extended the quills on his back. He then began spinning furiously against one side of Cloyster's shell. A high-pitched grinding noise echoed throughout the auditorium as bright sparks began to fly off the hard surface of the clam. The audience had to cover their ears as the noise became unbearable. It seemed that neither Pokemon was going to back down. Irresistible force had met the immovable object. Cloyster's shell was considered among the strongest of Pokemon, but there was a critical drawback. It could only attack when its shell was open. Prima didn't dare order her Pokemon to try and attack with Razor cutting away from the outside like that. Then her eyes widened even further as she saw tiny cracks beginning to form where the sand slash was spinning against. He was actually cutting through. The shell was about to give way. CLOYS dear, move back. The clam suddenly rocked to one side, pressing the side that Razor was grinding against. This caught the sand slash off guard and threw him off. Razor stopped spinning and did a knee tuck and roll, returning to his feet and took a battle stance. He was a bit dizzy from all the spinning, but he was still ready to fight. Prima frowned as she saw the deep gash in Cloyster's shell. Razor had come very close to cutting through. In another few seconds, he would have penetrated. This made Prima decided that it was time to pull out all the stops. She hadn't felt this exhilarated in years. This was what Pokemon battles were all about. CLOYS dear. Aura beam. Cloyster. The clam glowed with an intense light and suddenly released a huge, multicolored beam of energy at Razor. Ranma gave the order for one of Razor's newest techniques. Counter with aura absorption. Razor curled into a ball on the floor and began focusing his aura to its maximum. The blast struck him dead on and he became obscured in a huge explosion. The audience shut their eyes and turned away from the sudden brilliance. Even Prima and Ranma had to look away to avoid being blinded. When the beam finally dispersed, Prima smiled as she looked at the scene. She was sure that Cloyster's strongest attack had taken out Razor. Then she became pale at the sight that greeted her. Razor was not only standing but was now glowing with a multicolored aura. Behind him, Ranma nodded. The new technique had been an enhancement on the super reflex that Razor had used when he had faced off against Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. Instead of letting the battle aura take the brunt of an energy attack, it was instead used to absorb the energies of his opponent's attack and then turn it against it. Razor, or Aura Beam Return. Slash. Prima blanched as she saw the Sand Slash thrust out his paws. The energies contained within his aura then flowed into those paws and were released into the same beam that Cloyster had used against him. The full power was then shot back at the clan, with interest as Razor added his own key to the blast. Cloyster. Evade. Cloyster couldn't move fast enough and was only able to turn the undamaged side of its shell toward the attack. The beam struck the shell hard and Cloyster was driven back. It was almost thrown off the stage when the beam finally subsided. However, both sides of its shell were now weakened to the point in which the clan could no longer use it for protection. It was also very weak from firing off its last attack and the damage it sustained. Ranma saw his chance to finish the match and said to Razor, "Razor, final attack. Eruption Blast." Prima gasped as she saw Razor begin to power up. She couldn't believe this was happening. She was about to lose. Razor was about to release his attack when small, black spheres began dropping from above. When they struck the ground, they exploded, releasing billowing clouds of noxious fumes. The audience began screaming in panic as the entire auditorium was filled with gases. Many of them got in each other's way as they listened toward the exits. Unfortunately, the clouds were also filled with paralysis powder and many were stopped in their tracks. Ranma saw what was happening and immediately recalled Razor into his Pokeball. Prima did the same and took back her injured Cloyster.